Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Tonight, we are talking about the case of Jack and Lilly Sullivan, who vanished from their Pictou County, Nova Scotia home 1 year ago today. Since then, there's been no sighting of where Jack and Lilly are, and still yet today, we have no idea. 1 year ago, I was live on this very channel while I was covering another case. And one of you guys told me about two kids missing from Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Since then, I have followed this case every single day, following what we think might have happened to Jack and Lilly. And are we any closer? I believe the RCMP is. But today, the stepfather, if you will, Daniel Martell, spoke out on another channel. And did he change his story? A lot to talk about. Also, other visuals today honoring Jack and Lilly. We have a lot to dig in on this special live stream tonight. A lot to talk about on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace. Smile through pain with a painted face. They called me too loud, too much, too strong. But honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm an unbreakable soul, dressed in truth.
Anesthesia. Miss Glory. Let's roll.
Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Dropping cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
RCMP, open up.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is the second day of May 2026. It is currently 7:38 p.m. Well, let me see here on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. Hey everyone, good to see you all. Tonight we are talking about the Jack and Lilly Sullivan case. Our little Jack and Lilly Sullivan, bless their hearts. They have been missing 1 year today. 1 year today. And there's been a lot of little activities in, a lot of coverage on Jack and Lilly uh, today and the last couple days. Searching, Malaya decides to go search. Daniel does an interview today. And I got some thoughts, to say the very, very, very least, on it. I've got a poll there to ask you guys what you guys think on the, if you did see the live stream today with on Char's channel. Um, there's some things that's really inconsistent. 1 second, please. Okay. If his lawyer, if I was his lawyer, he would not be talking. Well, and that's the thing, Emin. Well, let me just say hello to a few of you guys first. I'm going to start that so I can come back to that in just a second. Good to see everyone in here. Miss Tina, Miss Wendy, Patty, Leslie, um, Marina, good to see you. Christy, Clapping Seal, Grace, Green Eyes. There's Miss Daphne. Hello, Miss Daphne. Diesel Vibes, MN, Miss Shannon, Christy, Anastasia. Good to see you, my friend. Mama C. I don't believe Daniel any more than I did a year ago. I agree. I probably believe him less than I did a year ago, actually. Ruby, good to see you. Mish, hello. Wendy, hello, darling. Christy. Who else do we got in here? Bo, Jenny, Tina, Charlotte, how you been, girl? Marlene, Vibes, good to see you. Pokey, how you doing, girl? Alicia, good to see you. Miss Carol, good to see you, my dear. Hopefully you are well. Miss Ruby, Brandy, always in Indy. Christy, let's see here. D. Sherry, good to see you. Jeanette, hello. Susan, Peggy. Uh, Felt very uncomfortable listening to him. He makes my stomach turn. Um, I, guys, goodness gracious. I know I'm going to get started here in a little bit. But here we go. Let me thank Dolores real quick. Thank you, Miss Dolores. Really appreciate your support, my dear. Good to see you. Thank you, friend. Love you. Hopefully you are recovering from the flu. Love you, darling. MN, if I was his lawyer, I would not be talking. Truly, truly, you are a dum-dum if you are talking. Um, Again, this is where I believe Malaya has been intelligent about not speaking. Of course, she's going to get criticism for it because she's a mother and she should be speaking about her missing children. But, she was the water gal, held out water the other day. So, what can you expect, right? If Malaya didn't duck Daniel, he probably would have charges. He wouldn't have charges. Now he has, now is ironic. I agree. I agree. Um, that being said, I believe I believe Daniel probably did some very horrible things to Malaya. I do. I actually do. Um, and that doesn't make it right or anything. But, I was talking to a friend today about this case who's really on it. Um, and, some people might mistake me a little bit on um because I understand what you mean when it comes to like DV. It's not always easy to get out, right? It's just not always easy to get out. I understand that. And it was a lot harder back in the day when we were more culturally not as aware or didn't, yeah, I guess aware would be the word as well. Uh, whenever a couple married, they had kids, the man did pretty much what he wanted, and you didn't, you didn't call the police, you didn't call your mom or anything else. So, but Malaya had a lot more opportunities. She certainly did. Malaya had her grandmother, she had her family. They tried to get her out many, many times, and she didn't. She didn't. Um, she had no problem going to her grandmother every day for money, right? Had no problem for that. So that's that's my thing with Malaya. Again, I have sympathy where if she, and I do believe she was wronged by Daniel in a lot of different areas. Um, and I have sympathy for that as well. But you have to protect your kids. You have to protect your kids. Some women will, you know, their husband will, have DV on them or whatever, and they live with it. They shouldn't, but they do live with it. And as long as they don't harm their kids or whatever. But Daniel, everything that he touched, in my opinion, he destroyed. You know what I mean? So that's my feelings on that. Miss Dolores, thank you again, baby. Really, really do appreciate you. Good to see you, Miss Dolores. Brain conditioning way before that, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. You do get conditioned. You do, you do. But it's, and that's the thing, Daphne. In my opinion, it was a little too late. This is the thing, right? Let's say Malaya was conditioned and there was DV and all of this, and there was, and that goes for child abuse and all that. And you would think that she would really want to, to right some of her wrongs. To, I was in a bad spot, or I wasn't the best mother at this time. So let me defend Jack and Lilly now. Let me answer those questions now. Let me advocate for Jack and Lilly. But we don't see that. We don't see that. Um, yeah, some women, though, they will make excuses and take up for the abuser. I've seen it and lived with it. It's so sad. They've been brainwashed, and we can see all the gaslighting he does. And my God, did the man ever gaslight today? Ooh, goodness gracious. Um, I would be on the warpath for my voice, for my littles. And if they disappeared, there was no room for being shy now, period. And this is the thing. You know that saying, mama bear or papa bear? Like, we can have insecurities, we can be shy, we can be not people, I guess that's the word, I don't know. Not really like to be around crowds, like to, are soft spoken or something like that. But when someone messes with your kids, that's out the window. It's out the window, right? It's out the window. And those norms no longer apply. They just don't. They just don't. Um, okay. This is going to be a long one, guys, probably. So get your snacks, get your beverage, get comfy, because we have a lot to talk about today. You're done. Yeah, exactly. What's up? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And why is she not doing that now? Because I mean, let's be honest. We know that Daniel has said 1,100 different stories, and I'm going to show you some more things today where it doesn't match. Doesn't match. And we're going to talk about that. I may craft while listening at some point. That's okay, Susie Q. Thank you for being here. Um, who has just thought about Jack and Lilly all day today? I've just thought about them all day today. I text Daphne earlier. I was just like, Lord have mercy. We were just talking about Jack and Lilly and just thinking about them and just the wrong that they have, you know, happened to them. I think she was so brainwashed she believed him, in my opinion. I think there was rugs, Brandy. That's what I think it was. I think I still don't believe you can be with someone for 3 years and be sober and have all of that stuff happen, and then things got really bad financially and it just went even downhill even more. So I think it was rugs, in my opinion. I just can't stop thinking about how scared they must have been. It's terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I feel like we're going to get a sassy Justin today. You probably will. You probably will. It's probably coming. Miss Carol, thank you. 21 months. I appreciate you so much, Miss Carol. Thank you so very much for your continued support. I truly cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much, my dear. And Miss Shannon, thank you. Very generous of you, my love. Love you to pieces, girl. Thank you. Truth and justice for Jack and Lilly. Thank you guys for being the voice for all of your. Thank you so much, Miss Shannon. I appreciate you very much. All you do for this channel and just your input and everything. Thank you so much, my love. I think people need to stop making excuses for Malaya. I agree. She's more dark than she leads on. She uses people, doesn't care what damage she leaves behind. I think Daniel and Malaya are like that, And this is the thing. Daniel said something today that it's more about like him, people judging him because he was an addict. And that is not it. That is not it. He was talking about addicts, people thinking that addicts are bad people. I don't think that for a second. Not a second. that addicts are bad people. I will be 12 years clean in September. No, that doesn't work with me, Daniel. Doesn't work with me. So, people do self-medicate or whatever. I get that. And the problem is whenever you become addicted, especially with, a lot of street drugs and stuff in particulars, everything in your life falls apart because we can only put our attention on so much. We're human beings. And clearly, everything was neglected, including Jack and Lilly, right? Including Jack and Lilly. Um, and to me, it still, in my opinion, tells me that Daniel, he still makes excuses for, oh, it was, my ADHD, it was this, it was that. We do self-medicate, but it is what it is. And when you get sober and you really have to take inventory, it's really hard. It's really hard. So yeah, there's a lot to get into. I don't even know where to start, to be honest with you, but we're going to get into it. Hey, Anastasia, good to see you, my friend. Appreciate you very much. I have a double burning for Jack and Lily. The name of the fragrance, Wildflower Meadow. I am looking forward to Sassy Justin tonight. Thank you so much, Anastasia, and thank you. I just want to thank every one of you, whether you are in the bushes and you don't like me, and you are absolutely welcome to join this live stream. I promise you. I want to thank you for whether you've been on this case for a year, like I have, and I know a lot of you have, or you've been on this case a day. Thank you for being there for Jack and Lilly, continually supporting the live streams, supporting, sharing things out. It all matters because obviously time goes by and people move on. But we cannot move on with this until Jack and Lilly, ages 4 and 6 years old, only 4 and 6 years old, are found. We can't do it. They were truly wronged, and we have to find them. And there needs to be answers. There has to be answers uh, for we can move on. Uh, People in the community, family members, the world needs to know. The teachers, students, all of them need to know. All of them need to know. So I want to thank you guys truly, whether you support Daniel, support Malaya, support neither, but mainly, please just thank you for supporting uh, the case of Jack and Lilly. I appreciate that because awareness means everything. There's a good thing called healthy pressure, right? And all of that. And nobody is perfect. I, nobody is perfect. We don't expect perfection in anything in life, but they were really, really failed. And that's why we got to be here for them, because clearly the parents could not get past their own error uh, with whatever they were dealing with, or their own selfishness, or whatever it was. So, um, okay, where do I start? Where do I start? Let me pull up some stuff, guys. Bear with me. I apologize. Um, let's see here. 1 second. Okay, I got like 5 or 6 different um, things to go over. Absolutely, Lily and Jack are the ones who mean the most. That's right. That's right. And, we all get off the beaten path a little bit sometimes. But first, I want to go over the news stuff today that has went on. And here we go. We're going to go over this real quick first before we go over anything else.
Of 2025, 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother, Jack, were reported missing from their home in the rural community of Lansdowne in Nova Scotia. A full year later, the case remains unsolved, and we still know very little about what happened to them. Joining us now is Michael Arnfield, criminologist and professor at the University of Western Ontario. Michael, thanks for making time for us today.
Of course, a very important case.
I'm interested to know, at the outset, Professor, what you have made of this case as it's unfolded over the past year. Is there anything that stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it cannot be overstated, the statistical rarity of what we've seen.
Yeah, I do believe he was explaining his lies today, and we're going to get in it. And there's some things that, again, just in my opinion, flat out lying and flat out being showing how trying to make people believe it's all about him with Daniel, in my opinion. Hey, Miss Joy, it's good to see you, darling.
Where more than one child
P5
goes missing at the same time. I know of only one other case unresolved in the U.S., 2001 in Chicago, and there is one other noteworthy Canadian case in Calgary where a grandchild was taken with their grandparents.
Think about that. Think about that. 2 kids. It just doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. A single child is generally found very quickly, let alone 2 children.
That ended in a murder conviction. So,
and to me, it can really only mean perhaps 2 things. Perhaps 2 things. And it's not that they walked away, because the RCMP says there's nothing to really say that they did. It can only mean that someone snapped, or this was they were given something and they freaked out.
For 2 children to go missing at the same time, and a year later to have no real investigative indicators, given that the police are still asking for tips, and are actually also stating that they don't believe foul play is involved. This is extremely unprecedented.
What have you made, in fact, of the way the investigation has been carried out? It's being led by the RCMP's major crime unit, though, as you point out, they have not called it a criminal investigation. There's also very little physical evidence, as I understand it.
And that ultimately is the problem, the lack of physical evidence. I mean, the recovery of the blanket in the boot is somewhat ominous. And I mean, a year later, we can reasonably state that, or speculate, that the children are presumed to be deceased. That then leaves, without any physical evidence, the remaining question as to manner of death. So not necessarily cause of death, of which there's potentially hundreds, but there's really only 5 manners of death. And that determines how the investigation proceeds: accident, suicide, natural, homicide, or as it stands currently, undetermined. So without further physical evidence, I mean, police are operating on a theory, it sounds like, but without evidence as to manner of death, I think all options remain viable.
Is it unusual that the police have not shared even a theory of what they think might have happened? They also haven't confirmed other details, like the boot print you mentioned, if they think it was made by Lilly.
Again, they are still what they call the fact-finding stage of this investigation, and they're not going to determine that publicly until they are ready to strike. So they're not going to say this is criminal. They're not going to say this is accidental. They're not going to say this was intentional. They're not going to label it until they hand it over to prosecutors. Prosecutors agree to that, and they have a press conference.
Lilly or Jack, they haven't really spoken about any of that.
I mean, this is a high-profile investigation. This is a extremely competent unit that's investigating it with significant resources.
Hey,
so they know what they're
Bonnie.
doing,
Good to see
and they're
you.
obviously holding back information as is necessary to preserve the integrity of the investigation.
What did you say, Damien?
While still asking for tips from the public. After a year, and this has been the position of our research team for some time, when you have anniversary stories and you ask for, there's a renewed plea for tips, it should be a bit of a two-way street. And as time marches on, some of the holdback information should be sparingly released to the public so they know what types of tips to provide. So in this case, we have no new information, and yet the ongoing request for information to go to them.
Interesting here in a minute.
So I would hope that
because the RCMP told us something major in a statement. I've got to show you. We might have missed
coming maybe weeks that a little bit more information that will allow the public to, really sort of think on how they can help might get released.
I do want to ask you about the role of the public because unsurprisingly, given the lack of answers, there has been widespread speculation, theories about this case. I know, RCMP, as you point out, they've said they're open to what they're calling fact-based tips. How helpful or how hurtful are public tips, public theories in cases like this?
Well, again, soliciting public tips is a double-edged sword. I mean, the public are crucial to solving a vast number of crimes, whether as tipsters, confidential informers, or just people providing information that can steer the investigation in a particular direction. But at the same time, can absolutely overwhelm police resources. I mean, in this case, there's been over 1,000 tips that have been, those are just action tips. We don't know the total number of tips that were maybe screened out entirely, but that have taken up valuable resources. So as you mentioned, when there's no information as to what the working theory is and all options remain viable, I mean, you're going to get everything from mind readers to people who have a particular theory or a grudge. So this is why information coming down sparingly, again, holdback information released sparingly, can really help sort of winnow those tips to the meaningful ones.
Okay, so let me show you this. RCMP said something very big in this statement here. I want to show you. Y'all ready for this, guys? Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Really do appreciate you all being here today. Share this live out if you would be so kind on any of your favorite social media. Hit the share button, copy that link, drop it in any of your favorite social media, and hype the video if you would be so kind. Okay, now watch this. And this is by is it I don't know if it was CTV. I can't remember who it was, but just listen to this. Listen to this. A significant and sustained investigated effort with police and partner agencies' resources is continuing, Staff Sergeant McGammon said, adding that the chances of Lilly and Jack being alive are very slim. Quote, this is, I can't hardly see this. This is critical question for our community. Children go missing and we have no answers, end quote, he said. Quote, we've not let up the steam and we won't, end quote. Despite no significant updates to the case over the past year, Staff Sergeant McGammon said police have made progress behind the scenes in the missing persons case. So they are saying, yeah, it is Daff. They are saying that they are making progress in Jack and Lilly's case. And again, I absolutely agree that they are making progress. I believe that. I believe they're working hard. And I believe things are happening. I had to read it on 5 times to make sure it was right. Read this 5 times. You had to read it 5 times. Okay. We're making progress in the missing persons case. Here it is, guys. Here it is. Quote, in any criminal investigation. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? In criminal investigation. In any criminal investigation. There we go. Now, it's something that the last time, and it didn't make big news. The last time one of these local, or maybe it's national media, spoke with someone in true crime, spoke with someone in what's it called? Major crimes. They talked about how they were considering this now being criminal. And of course, a long time ago, they put out, when they were putting out the reward. I cannot speak today worth a damn. What is wrong? I'm sorry, yes. When they were putting out the reward, they said it was this was a criminal investigation. We knew this has been criminal, in my opinion. Let's just be real here. But quoted, quote, in any criminal investigation, in order to protect the integrity of it, we don't talk about those particular things. But in this particular case here, we're gathering the information, and there's operational security related to the information we've gathered, end quote, he said. Right? Very interesting. A proper timeline leading up to 10:01 a.m. May 2nd needs to be told to the police. Well, that's the thing, though. You're right. It does need to be told to the police and the authorities. But criminals, people hiding crime, don't tend to tell the truth, and that's what is taking so long, is them finding out that truth, what they believe happened, what they can prove happened to Jack and Lilly, right? So we know 2 things here in this little part right here, that they have made significant progress in Jack and Lily's case and criminal investigation. That's big. That's big. So I wanted to cover that little part there. Yeah, I think whether that kind of slipped out or intentional, sometimes we have to read, in the between the lines of what RCMP is saying, because again, they can't say certain things because of legalities, because we actually have more freedom to say our opinions than obviously the police, because they're working the case. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to start out with Daniel's interview that he spoke about today. I don't know if we'll get through all of it because this might be a multi-part. And the reason is I have a lot of comments on this. I also am going to show you things where Daniel and Malaya have spoken in the past of different scenarios that they claim happened, with other interviews, with text messages, with all of that. So get ready. It's going to be, like I said, a long one. Um, Hopefully, it won't be much longer, and justice will come for Jack and Lilly. I just want, we just want justice to be served, and Jack and Lilly, at the very least, of all that they have been wronged in their short 4 and 6 years that they were on this planet, they, at the very minimum, deserve a place where they can be laid to rest with some dignity and respect that they certainly didn't get the last couple years of their life. And I think that's not too much to ask, in my opinion, Daniel and Malaya. Because again, you guys know how I feel about both of them. Um, I am here for Jack and Lilly. I'm not here for the politics of who likes who and who doesn't like who. I'm not here for that. Never have been, never will be. Um, I try to get along with everybody. Don't always agree with everybody, but I try to get along with everybody. And I'm here for Jack and Lilly. But one thing I do want to say, like, I appreciate, we need all creators in a sense, because like Shar, she lets Daniel speak, and just lets him yap and talk. She asks the questions. She doesn't challenge him on those questions. And that's important too, because if we didn't have that, I was speaking to this with someone earlier. If we didn't have that, Daniel wouldn't speak, right? Daniel won't come up here where I am. He knows, he knows I would challenge him. So I can listen to this, and we can all listen to this and compare the things that he said before. Same thing with Malaya. I believe they both know what happened to Jack and Lilly. And that's that. JJ, thank you so much, honey. I appreciate. It's real heavy. It's really heavy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very sorry. Oh my God, is that your dog? That's so cute. Thank you so much, JJ. Appreciate you, and appreciate you being a member here on the Pearl family. I truly do. Thank you so much. And blessings to you, my friend. If she's challenges, he won't speak. That's exactly right. And that's why we need kind of different creators to do different things, right? So, I appreciate that from Shar. Daniel and Malaya are only going to go around places where they feel that it is safe, if you will, for them to speak, right? Where they can just speak and answer how they want. You'll notice today there's a lot of questions asked for Daniel, and I appreciate him going up there answering. I think he's dumb for doing it, but I appreciate him nonetheless for doing this. But you'll notice how he doesn't answer a lot of the questions. He speaks about what he wants to speak about in the question. Like if he would come up here, no, we're going to answer the question, and then we're going to have a follow-up question, right? So he's comfortable there, and we need that. So we just need that. So yeah, I do appreciate Shar for doing that. Okay. Let me, guys, make sure you sub up to Shar's True Crime Story podcast. Link is provided in the description for the replay crew. Thank you guys for being here. get comfy. It's going to be a night. In my opinion, I'm tired of all the lies and excuses, in my opinion, all on property and involved directly or indirectly and care for no one but themselves. They all failed Jack and Lilly. And I agree. I agree, Shannon. The thing is, you just could not have been on that property and not known something happened. And we'll get into it, but listen, they said their story of what happened in the beginning. They were both in bed and all of that. Both sleeping in and out, everyone in and out of sleep, right? No time for anyone to do anything. Come on now.
Wow.
And you know something, I actually have not seen all of this. So I've not seen I don't guess the first part. So I might need to
Interview
fast forward
that
some
he
because I
did
don't
the
know.
other day.
Yeah, I was actually called by investigators yesterday. And when I say investigators, I think everybody now knows who I'm referring to with that. I just openly don't say the names. But yeah, they contacted me yesterday and they asked if I had any concerns about, that conference or press conference. And I never had any concerns about it.
I haven't heard this, so this isn't new. Holly, thank you so much, my friend. Welcome. Yeah. You guys in your picture, dog to face. Thank you so much, Holly. I appreciate you, my friend. Welcome to the Pearl family. So he's saying that the RCMP contacted him to see how he felt about the press conference. Is that what he's saying? Am I understanding that correctly? I think that something happened the night before. Oh, absolutely. I agree. I agree. Yep, absolutely. Carol, thank you so much for gifting a pearl necklace, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you so much, Miss Carol. Love you, baby. You're doing well. If you received that, make sure you thank our dear Carol. Really do appreciate you, my dear. Is that what he's saying? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that right.
But yeah, they contacted me yesterday and they asked if I had any concerns about, that conference or press conference. And I never had any concerns.
Let me just say that his ego is so fucking big. Sorry. I'm sorry, Joyous. I don't like to cuss around you. But he thinks that they were asking Daniel if there was any concerns about them having a press conference for Jack and Lilly. I just want you to think about that a little bit. This is about two missing kids. It's not about your feelings, Daniel. It's not about Malaya's feelings. It's not about my feelings or anyone else's feelings if they have a press conference or not. Okay?
About it because they're going to say what they said either way, right? I can't change any of it. I can only have a perspective or subjective way of looking at it. But what I took from that is
right. They're going to say what they say either way. So why the hell would they ask you?
I think they're at a tipping point where they fully believe that it is criminal, but they're still considering a missing persons case just due to the fact that it's an ongoing investigation and they don't want to switch it over to criminal because they don't have a solid suspect yet. From what I'm seeing.
Okay, hold on. I've not heard this.
But what I took from that is I think they're at a tipping point where they fully believe that it is criminal.
Well, there's a reason you have to feel that way, Daniel, right? Right. I feel that this is criminal because parents are lying and individuals are lying and making different statements, very provable things that they have lied about in their statements. I think that because true crimes have been there the day after Jack and Lilly went missing. I think that because the story has never made sense. I think that because there is no evidence to suggest that they walked off and they should have been found. I think that because in the RCMP quote from that, it says it's criminal. So why do you think that it is criminal now, Daniel? Just curious. JJ, thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you. What'd you say? Definitely a fan of how you're talking tonight. Big hug. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I try not to, I get a little fired up, especially in this case sometimes. So I do apologize for my mouth. It's not very classy of me, and I apologize, but I get a little fired up.
But they're still considering a missing persons case just due to the fact that it's an ongoing investigation and they don't want to switch it over to criminal because they don't have a solid suspect yet.
How would you know if they have a solid suspect yet or not, Daniel? How do you know all of this? Again, Daniel's the one that has said that he has, he's been part of this investigation, that he's one of the guys, that he's got someone in on, literally, I've shown it to you guys. He says, I've got people on the inside.
From what I'm seeing, right? But I don't know, right? I'm very limited on what they can tell me and what they can show me or display to me. So that's just my opinion, right? I don't have any solid.
Yeah, there was Holly. There was some of the mods being a little heavy-handed. Well, I think there was one mod being heavy-handed in there. You couldn't really say much. I mean, they let me say what I wanted to say pretty much, but yeah.
There are concrete facts that I can, give an introduction to on that.
Yeah.
Well, like I've always said, and I agree, Daff. He sounds like he's. I will say Daniel seems more calm in this. He's still, in my opinion, as a big a liar as ever, but he seems a little bit more calm. Maybe he's coming to the resolution that, something's about to change, perhaps. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he just knows, fuck it, it is where it is, and I might as well say my, for whatever reason, he's still not going to admit.
And I know that I think it was yesterday in an article. We're gonna go over it tonight on my live stream tonight, but he mentioned they got permission from a judge, which means they've got search warrants granted to re-review digital evidence. Is that something that you
This is a good question. I didn't
were
hear
aware
this
of,
from Anna.
and have they asked you for, have they asked you again for your phone or anything like that? Like, what is your take on that statement?
My take on that is they probably that could be anything, right?
Okay, I find this very interesting, and I don't know what he's going to say on this because I haven't seen this part, but I did talk to you guys yesterday that sometimes an investigation, they can only go so far into someone's phone or their finances, but they open up another case and they can look, even though it's unrelated, they can look at whatever they couldn't look for in the other case, if that makes sense. That could be it. But just remember where the RCMP just said that they've made significant progress in this case of Jack and Lilly. Now, they also said in a criminal investigation. That being said, I think they might understand something differently now, or they need to look at something they couldn't before, that they couldn't before. And I believe that's significant. I really, really do believe that this is significant. Uh, what they want, what they're looking for, they're going back for something. RCMP, FBI, police in general, they only go back where they need to go.
Getting a warrant could be something simple as tracing a phone, right? They need a warrant every time to.
Or, or, or it could be an electronic that they didn't know they had as well. It could certainly be an electronic, an account, anything that they did not know they had that now they do. Now they do. Daniel's going to talk and speak about Malaya throwing a phone down and breaking the phone before, I guess it's before Jack and Lilly went missing. Hey, Leslie. So is there something, is there more devices? Kind of makes me wonder, was there devices used the night Jack and Lilly went missing that they didn't originally say? Don't know.
Trace a phone or ping a phone, so they could be doing that.
Hold on, I need to go back here
Your
once
take
again.
on that statement?
My take on that is they probably, that could be anything, right? Getting a warrant could be something simple as tracing a phone, right? They need a warrant every time to trace a phone or ping a phone, so they could be doing that. Or, stuff with the phones, maybe there may be like.
Very good point, Mohawk. Very, very good point. Like, he also claims he has no fake accounts, and we know he does. Absolutely, baby monkey. Absolutely. Burner phones. It could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. But they're going back for a reason. You can bet your bottom dollar on that one. Absolutely.
Like some type of spyware or malware that's installed on our phones that could be simply be turned on and off, and they may need a.
That's paranoia. Right there, what he is talking about. Again, I have told you guys this, and some of you guys know they are paranoid as right now. Daniel, Janie, and Malaya, and others. They are paranoid. What he just said about them maybe having spyware or malware on their phone, like, you're paranoid. You're paranoid.
So they could be doing that. Or,
Listen,
stuff with the phones, maybe there may be like some type of spyware or malware that's installed on our phones that could be simply be turned on and off, and they may need a warrant to reactivate that to look through the phone. Because after that consent form is consigned, the consent form is signed, that may give access to your phone at any time as long as a warrant is provided. I'm not sure on that. But when it comes to the phone, I ask investigators every time, do you guys need me for questioning? Do you guys want more polygraphs from me? Do you guys want to take my phone again? And the simple answer I get every time is, Daniel, that's not necessary and we don't need you. So.
That is something that I wanted to ask you to verify for everybody, because I've been saying that you did indeed take a second polygraph test. You did not refuse to take a second polygraph test, and that polygraph test, you did pass it. Can you please, do you mind speaking on that a little bit? And also, people are saying or thinking that your test was not unlike the one that Haley said she did. She was on the news and explained her polygraph test, and I know that yours was different. So can you please confirm for the people what your polygraph test was and the results of that?
Yeah, my one was 100% different. all the questions were different on that. And my questions were more directed towards, did you move the kids off of the property? Did you lead the kids off of the property? Did you sell the kids? Did you have help moving the kids off of the property?
This is interesting. I've not heard this part, so this is very, very interesting to me. Wow, because this is not what Daniel said in the beginning. This shows deception off the bat, because he lied to us then when he said they asked him 5 questions and it was only to do with the death of Jack and Lilly. Remember that? No new questions. No new questions. He said there was like 5 questions and it was only to do with the death, or MURDER, of Jack and Lilly. So this is completely different now, what he's saying. Did you move them off the property? Did you lead them off the property? Did you sell them? That's right. That's right. He said in the other room, they asked him if he red rummed them. Yep. He had a new polygraph. When was this, Daphne? When did he have a new polygraph? I know we volunteered. I'm wondering, like, do you know he had a new polygraph? Or are you thinking he had a new polygraph and they asked him new questions? This is very interesting.
People, what your polygraph test was and the results of that.
Yeah, my one was 100% different. All the questions were different.
And again, I don't think that a polygraph really matters for Daniel, to be honest with you, because I think his nervous system is shot. I really do. I think his nervous system is absolutely shot from the amount of mathematics that he has openly said that he's done for the everyday for the last several years, and that he's just a liar.
On that. And my questions were more directed towards, did you move the kids off of the property? Did you lead the kids off of the property? Did you sell the kids? Did you have help moving the kids off of the property? Those were my questions.
That makes me wonder, did you have help moving the kids off the property? And as much as I don't trust Durwood, there is one thing that makes me, that always sticks in my head that Durwood says, and he talks about the night that Jack and Lilly go missing, that they, who was with you in the black vehicle, Daniel? Right. Yeah. July or August, those was. So we don't know about the new polygraph.
So
And-
nothing to do with the blanket. Nothing to do
No.
with the blanket.
No, investigators know I have nothing to do with the blanket. The only time I entered Lansdowne Road was that morning. And the blanket was found at 329.
So gaslighting and so manipulative here. Investigators know I have nothing to do with the blanket. They do, Daniel? They do? It's amazing to me. Okay. Who would have motive to hide a pink blanket, to plant a pink blanket? Who would have motive? About two people. And one, you can't even get her to search for her kids. Okay? She just stands there handing out water or holds the other child on her hip while everyone searches, even when they first went missing. And he's going to talk up here about how he says he never lied about the blanket. You are so full of it, Daniel. You are so full of it. You lied like a rug in the beginning about that. Even national media said you did.
Or 349 or something
And I'm
of that
going to show
nature.
you.
So they know that it couldn't possibly be planted by me, in which it is planted because investigators told me that.
What about the second blanket? Note that wasn't in the docs either. Did you see a second blanket in the docs? Nope. Never seen a second blanket in the docs.
And I told the public that early on. No one believed me. And look at the stage we are now.
I know it's, it makes your head spin if you're paying attention. All of this stuff from the beginning makes your head spin. And I know you got, and still do.
Hey, what's up? I think didn't she ask that? Thank you for 14 months. What a legend, girl. Appreciate you, Miss What's Up. Thank you so much. You are amazing. Thank you so much. I think she did maybe ask about that. I'm pretty sure she did. Didn't she?
Do get a lot of heat for some of the things that you've said, but again, you're the only one that's been consistently talking, and since you took a break all of like 6 months ago, it's been 6 months since you've stopped regularly appearing on social media. It has gotten progressively worse, and now we're right smack dab in the middle of a circus, and there's 2 missing kids. Is there anything that stands out to you from the things? Because I assume that you still follow social media. Has there been anything that stands out to you with the, like, I don't even really want to bring it up specifically, but there was a new document made with a new, I guess, narrative. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you know what I'm talking about when I talk about the Larry document? And did you have a chance to review it? Do you have any,
No,
thoughts
do you
on
want to fill me in on that?
So this man, Larry Cameron, alleged, I don't even know what he does, but he's I don't know, some kind of cyber.
And this is yes, staff. 2 pieces of one blanket. One piece found on May 2nd at 3:50 p.m. and the other one found on the trash on May 4th was taken. I think it was after that, wasn't it? After the 4th when they picked it up. Was it the 4th? I'm trying to remember. But regardless, what's interesting to me is that Daniel says that he was the one to put the blanket in the trash can. And his mom told him not to overfill that trash can. And then Malaya said she was the one that threw the blanket away. So make that make sense. And then when they found the piece of a pink blanket, Daniel says he automatically just put 2 and 2 together, and he runs out to the trash can, and there's the pink blanket. One trash bag, it's just laying there, doing nothing. Come on.
Or cyber, whatever. He created a document not unlike Melissa's, where it's got all of, I'm not going to pull it
Yep.
up, but anyways, it's more of an AI thing where he uses AI to come up with,
Yep.
he even has sections in there of supposedly what the redactions are like. I mean, it's, yeah, sorry, thank you, cyber forensics, and it's
I don't believe that.
open source information. So basically anything you can get online, which I wonder about. But anyways, long story short,
Nobody can unredact them. Who's saying they unredacted them with AI? because you can't. I promise you, you can't.
Summary was basically that the kids are alive and well, taken.
AI gathers, yes, Daphne just said it. AI gathers everything that is said on the internet and it just combines it all. And there's a lot of misinformation in this case, right? So, no, it's rubbish. Yes, rubbish.
And hidden by reservation or somebody basically possibly in Maine, you know, just it almost follows the Durwood scenario, but it gave it a little bit more credibility because he's a cyber or forensic cyber specialist.
Who's a forensic cyber specialist? Who is? This is redonkulous. This is
And,
redonkulous. Sorry, not sorry.
You know, and that was worrisome to me that I mean, it's absolutely bizarre to think, but if you don't know what it is, then I don't know if you can really speak on it at all. But more so about, you know, the kids being alive and well and being hidden somewhere. Do you have an opinion on that?
I can dive into that, and I'll give you my subjective opinion on it. When it comes to AI, it's going to scour the internet, and in conjunction with everything it can pull up, it's going to pull up everything on the case, right?
The Larry guy. I remember hearing about a Larry. I don't know. I don't get, I really try not to get into the shenanigans part. Like I try to stay focused.
Right. And it's going to compile in a scenario.
Exactly, Deb.
That it thinks is right. It's not going to pull off any redacted documents because the redacted documents from major crimes are sealed on a private server, right? They can't be accessed by any normal RCMP officer. It's major crimes officers and their team, social media team, and you know, the guy who collects tips.
Well, Daphne, you're supposed to label it as AI. If it's an AI video on YouTube, it's supposed to be labeled as AI. And if it's not,
and they would be the only ones who have access to that information. They'd be stored on a private law enforcement server. And everyone's inaccurate.
Ridiculous.
Right. Now, if you Google, you can't even be sure that that's factual information because it's AI pulling from everything.
So
that's true.
That's true.
And listen, if you guys use AI, and you have a question about something that the AI shows you, ask for that source. You can ask AI, where's the source for that? Just type back to it, where is the source for whatever you're saying? And it will give you the link to that. That way you can look at the source. That's a very important part that a lot of people don't tell you. Ask for the source of that to the AI. That way you can determine if it's legit or not, right?
Raising the algorithm for AI, and that's going to be, you know, frequently asked questions. So it's going to push that question first. When people want to know where's Lilly and Jack, it's going to automatically jump. People think they're on a reservation. I personally don't think.
I mean, I don't think that they hid the children alive, if that's what you mean. Like, if that's what you mean, Passion Flower, I think that they hid the children deceased, unfortunately.
I think that because at this point, if they were ever found on a reservation, that
They're
band
not on a reservation. Stop that stuff.
A massive amount of heat, and there is possible with the large scale of this investigation that, you know, they may be able to do something federally with that band or the federal land at this point if they're, you know, harboring victims of a crime.
Right. And that's what, like, I talked to a First Nations lady the other day in my area, and she said they would.
Daff, you was telling me about that. And listen, you shouldn't have closed your Facebook account. Open that thing back up. It's spreading awareness and all that. And listen, it wasn't your fault that, you know, people post in those groups, and a lot of people are fooled with this AI. A lot of people are fooled. I mean, I've had a lot of people send me some videos where AI, you know, it's a video, it says, you know, Jack and Lilly found, or this happened in the case. And I just, you know, tell them it's not true, baby. It's an AI video. They make such really disgusting pictures as well. I would open that back up and just tell them that you didn't post it, Daff, and someone else posted.
Be risking so much, and
You
they've
do a lot of good,
fought
honey.
so long and so hard. Doesn't matter where in Canada, they would be risking all of that. Really quickly, though, there's some stuff that I want to get to in chat. People are just really thanking you for coming out today, Daniel, and I super appreciate that. Here's one that I thought.
The reservations are not federal land. It's so ridiculous to think that a tribe is hiding children. Come on, they're not going to do that. No way, no how, not now, not ever. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. And remember, Daniel, you and Malaya was dozing in and out, right? No one could have done anything.
Would be good to highlight. I have no doubt that you have no idea who this is, but I do. And she says, Daniel, we haven't seen each other in years, but I remember the little boy who played with Sunny the dog and had the brightest smile. I hope you can find that little boy inside of you again.
Okay, this is where I started listening.
A little bit of this is your life, I guess, and you can play a guessing game with yourself if you want.
That's been a long time. I don't know for 100% on that, but that's been a long time.
It's amazing to me that people think that they could be on a reservation, but not look at the mathematics that was going on in that home, the financial schemes and lack of financials because of those schemes going on, the sheer neglect and abuse that was going on, and the absolute lies for the past year, and the stories that don't make sense, but think, oh yeah, someone on a reservation took them. Come on.
Shar, can you ask Daniel if there's any way Malaya could have done something to the kids without you and Janie knowing?
It's ridiculous.
And thank you for the answer in advance.
I don't think so. It would have been physically impossible for her to move them off of the property herself, right? Because when I jumped in the vehicle that morning, when she was still on the dispatch call.
Yeah. Malaya didn't do this by herself, right? And I do agree with Daniel. It would have been impossible for her to do this secretly, right? They were both in bed.
The vehicle, the white Nissan Pathfinder. I know some people always say, Daniel, you always give a description of Maya's car.
Thank you for listening, Daniel. Thank you for listening. I do appreciate that. The white 2017 Nissan Pathfinder, 4-cylinder, 4 wheels, 2 windshield wipers, 6 seats, Nissan Pathfinder that you was in on the morning after you called 911, right? That one, Daniel, right? Not the blue or the black, not that one, right? Not the blue or the black one. but the white Nissan Pathfinder, the one Malaya got legal just the day before, that one. Gotcha, Daniel. Gotcha.
When she was still on the dispatch call, the vehicle, the white Nissan Pathfinder. I know some people always say, Daniel, you always give a description of Malaya's car. Yeah, and that's important. Details are important. So,
No, Daniel, details are not important to you unless you think it clears you in some way, right? Because RCMP has been asking you for details about the night Jack and Lilly disappeared, and you didn't have anything. It was just an ordinary night, right? So I don't know what you're talking about, Daniel. Details aren't important to you unless, of course, you want to, try to clear your name or something, right? I think he does.
so when I jumped in the car, the engine was still on cold, right? So I had to.
I don't know about you, but if I was searching for children that was missing, I would not be looking if the engine was cold or not that morning. I wouldn't be like, oh, let me look at my gauges real quick and let me look at the RPMs. I couldn't start it up quick enough and get out of there. But I actually wouldn't have started my car up to begin with, because if they were only missing 20 minutes and Janie had just heard them 10 minutes prior, I wouldn't think that they could get very far with the 4 and 6 year olds' little legs. No way, Daniel. But listen to what he's going to bullshit you about.
Wait a couple seconds for the RPMs to lower. So I knew the vehicle was not driven that day.
He knew that.
So, and the kids are not on the property. So there's nothing that Malaya could have done to the kids that morning.
Right. And what about the night before?
So my question would be why you're going to visit her in prison with Meadow then, Daniel? Why would you be visiting her in prison if she didn't do anything that morning? You see, the thing about it is I believe that's the only thing you and Malaya agree on nowadays, is in lockstep of not probably telling the truth. Even though I believe, in my opinion, Malaya is probably working with the RCMP now.
Before, like, just because you don't really remember, you knew it was getting dark when you went in the house and the kids
Yep,
were already
sure
in
does.
bed.
Greenhouse,
So
that's his anchor.
I don't know. We've heard so many different stories
Yeah.
from Malaya's side about, Daniel slept all night, Daniel was up
Hey,
all night, I
Melissa,
walked in on Daniel doing drugs,
listen to
Daniel was
this.
wearing something in the living room, Daniel drugged me. So, I mean, whatever. I don't even want to get into that with you, but is there something about that night that you've been able to think back on? Have you like racked your brain about that night at all?
I've said this openly before. When I
Listen.
walked by Jack and Lily's room at just a little bit after midnight, I've said this before. I flicked on the lights and both of them were sleeping and they were underneath the covers. And that was after 12. So, and I did.
And it's very interesting what Malaya has said privately to those to people, right? Isn't it, Daniel? About how you were allegedly in the bathroom, doing the cracola, methola, and around midnight that night. It's very interesting how the neighbors also hear vehicles a little after midnight fire up as well. So something's going on around that time, wouldn't you think? Daniel he doesn't talk about the kids after he goes inside from working on the fence, but he will mention them at midnight or a little after midnight that he's seen them. Doesn't know anything else in between from them going inside till them till him turning on the lights. I find that very interesting. Can't remember anything else. RCMP has asked him. It was an ordinary night, but he remembers that.
See Lily that morning twice. 12. I flicked on the lights and both of them were sleeping and they were underneath the covers. And that was after 12.
Now, Malaya says they were very hyper that night, that they were laughing and playing, and they were very, very hyper, she says, which is very interesting to me. From what I hear, there was always trouble getting them to bed because there wasn't a routine and they just wanted them to go to bed. They didn't have a system in place where they would be used to going to bed at a certain time. So to me, in my opinion, I feel like there was fighting going on that night, and they either, in my opinion, got very frustrated, and because they were already fighting, got frustrated at the kids and something happened, or they wanted them to go to bed so they could finish fighting or doing whatever the hell they were doing. So they gave them something, in my opinion.
So, and I did see Lily that morning twice.
And I believe Daniel could have checked on them around midnight or whatever. And when he turned the lights on, something was happened. That's when they discovered.
As I said, and I heard Jack in the kitchen. So there was nothing that happened on Thursday night. And I'll touch on some of the other stuff that Malaya said I drugged her. No, I've never drugged any woman in my life or kid.
That is a rumor that there is allegedly video out there that this has happened. I've never seen it, don't want to see it, but that is a rumor. Again, don't know if it's true or not. We don't know who, the victim is with who RCMP is saying Daniel did these things to. But I think, in my opinion, by the text messages that I've shown you guys in the past about Daniel liking to see someone in pain during intercourse, is a sadist. So it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. Anyone that says they want them to be in pain during intercourse, and if they ask for help to, ask them to stop, that they were only going to do it harder. So Daniel's going to talk about how he says that he's not a bad person, and all of that. And because he talks more softly and more calmly here, some people believe that. I think he's showing you exactly what he wants you to see. And I think he is a snake on his belly, crawling and trying to find your better angels.
So
manipulate,
or any male for that matter. But, and all these rumors going around that I drugged Malaya, I pimped her out, like, come on, this is complete bullshit.
Did you sleep that night?
Yeah, I was in bed, yeah. I had
I can I'll just tell you, with my training that I've had, the way he says that when she asked the question, did you go to sleep that night? I think he's lying right there. The way he says it. It is not convincing whatsoever. I'd love to hear Deception Detective on that right there. Listen to how he says this right here.
It's complete bullshit.
Listen to how he says, yeah, it was.
Did you sleep? Did you sleep that night?
Yeah, I was in bed, yeah. I had no drugs. That's Major Crimes is fully aware of that because the
Don't believe him worth a second. Daniel again tries to get out in front of everything. Yep, I was in bed. And Major Crimes knows there wasn't any drugs. Nope at all.
the very first question they ever asked me is, Daniel, do you do drugs? And I said, yes, I've done drugs before. And they said, did the kids get into any drugs? No.
If you, we're going to come right back to this. If you don't think everyone who said he was there high as a kite, look at him here. This was day one.
Searched all their play areas where they would play, like around the yard when I'm there. They have a little cabin that we made. Search that. Then that's when I jumped in the car, did all the areas around all the dirt roads.
Look at his eyes there. If that's not, in my opinion, crackomethala, I don't know what is. I'm just saying. That is crackomethala if I ever seen it, in my opinion.
The very first question they ever asked me is, Daniel, do you do drugs? And I said, yes, I've done drugs before. And they said, did the kids get into any drugs? No. That was the only time they ever asked me about drugs. And they knew I didn't have any drugs. I didn't go out in handcuffs for any drugs. There's no drug paraphernalia. So.
Did you ever have to do like any kind of drug test? They did search inside the trailer that first day, do you know?
Yeah, they even brought a search dog inside as well. And the RCMP came in, ground search and rescue. They brought a search dog in there. Along with, there was like 10, 15 of Malaya's family in here. Yeah, so, it was pretty well searched. RCMP went and ground search and rescue went all the way like into the fine details of searching where.
Well, I've heard that too, baby kisses. I know Daniel likes the Coca-Cola as well, allegedly. And they say that is a more like a sexual
where
thing.
They looked inside the hamster tank and with the hamsters.
Just Daniel and his rats.
Wow.
So
I mean, that's good. Michelle James is wishing you well. Okay, good to know. So you're worried about your safety, Daniel? Are you getting threats?
I do get.
Listen to
I
what
mean,
he
I
says
get
up
death
here.
threats every day on my phone,
It's amazing.
or just people that say incredibly inappropriate things. A lot of profanity and such like that.
Yeah, because you don't use profanity, do you, Daniel? No. No profanity for Daniel.
But I've only had one instance where I get death threats, and I had to meet with Major Crimes, and we went over all the procedures and policy guidelines when you get death threats. And they told me that they don't know who's sending the death threats.
I believe RCMP could find who was sending you those ads very quickly, Daniel.
So, yeah, and I was urged by investigators.
My jewels aren't showing up on screen again. I don't think anyone noticed them. I sent them to to the night I purchased them. Did you send some tonight, Summer? Mods, will you let me know if there's any jewels so I can thank them? If you let me know, please, and thank you. Thank you, Summer. I'm sorry if I missed a baby. Thank you so much, my love. Appreciate you being here, and thank you for your support. Very, very much. Okay, let's.
There's not to be out in public by myself, or if there's a vehicle following me for over a minute or 90 seconds, to call RCMP immediately.
If a vehicle follows Daniel over 90 seconds, to call RCMP immediately. Vehicles follow us more than 90 seconds all the time. So are you constantly calling them, Daniel? Does anyone believe that? He is so paranoid. Wait till you hear what he says up here. I'm going to fall out. I'm going to fall out in a minute.
Okay.
I mean, even when it comes to security, many times I've just walked outside and there would be vehicles parked in the driveway. And as soon as I go outside,
listen to this. There's vehicle parked in his driveway. Wait till he talks about these drones. Oh my God, I was cringing, absolutely cringing that this man is about to say this. And either he wants people to believe, and some people do believe his delusions, or he's fucking a whack-a-mole.
they speed off, or people will stop along the side of the road and take pictures and videos of me.
I believe that.
And I don't know, that's just become the norm, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, I know people had a lot of negativity to say about Janie putting up no trespassing signs, but if we can just stop for a second and put yourself in that situation where you have strangers just taking pictures of your property.
Well, it's, first of all, let's keep it real. It's not illegal for someone to come by and take pictures. It's not illegal whatsoever, right? Now, you might not like it or whatever, but if you are filming from a public area, there's nothing
Property,
anyone
or
can do.
wandering around or parking in your driveway just to get a glimpse of people.
I don't believe there is people walking around on Daniel's property or Janie's property at all. Does anyone believe that? I literally said out loud, what are you talking about during this interview? Yes. Yes.
It would be terrifying. And I know, Daniel, you had told me months ago, and I don't know if this is still a fact, but months ago, there were always drones around your house, but yet no drone footage ever showed up online. So, I mean, it's very, it would creep anybody out. I don't care who you are, but do you still have drones and stuff, that activity going on outside?
Yeah, it's like Christmas. You just look up at the sky and there's every color of light. And, it's at the start, it was a normal thing, but as time goes on, it gets annoying because I'm standing out in the yard and you can just see them flock over to watch, and they're looking for any type of action, right? Because most times they're out there for most of the night or all night and they don't see anything. So when I go outside, it's like, oh, there's Daniel. That's, come over and see what's going on with him. Because, it's probably pretty boring for someone to do that every night. For how long? A year.
Yes. 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 He just said that there are drones flocking You're flocking crazy, Daniel, is what you are. You're flocking crazy that you think that there are drones over top of your trailer every night, that they are just looking and waiting for you to come out and see you. But it gets better. Oh, you haven't heard it yet. You haven't heard it yet. Oh, Tina, guys, there's things that Janie has said. I can't say, because if I said, they would know where the source came from. But there is things that Janie and Daniel has said. When I say they're paranoid, you see it right here, but you have no idea how paranoid they are. Like, it's bad. Bad. But he's going to show you how paranoid he is right here.
And it's just like, do these people have daytime jobs where they're, spend all night watching me and then go to their normal daytime job?
Do you have a life to where, okay, how about this, Daniel? How about this? Why don't you video these drones in your yard nightly? How about that? Why don't you send us some videos, put them on Facebook or whatever. Show us these flocking drones. I'll wait.
I understand there's RCMP drones. I understand that for my protection. And I can tell when I look at.
Yeah. Now wait, you're getting ready to hear it. He knows that there's RCMP drones, right? Like some military strike that's going to happen for his protection. They are defending him at all cost, y'all. The RCMP is just there. Protecting Daniel. They have the budget for that. Yeah.
There's RCMP drones. I understand.
Listen to
that
this.
For my protection. And I can tell when I look at them, they blink red, white, and blue.
I fucking can't. I can't right here. Guys, he knows the RCMP drones blink red, white, and blue. Yep, it's just the RCMP ones, though, that blink red, white, and blue. Yes. Just going to share that again.
People have daytime jobs where
have you ever heard of secondhand embarrassment? I had secondhand embarrassment for Daniel right here. I thought, oh, Daniel, you are delusional.
where they're, spend all night watching me and then go to their normal daytime job. I understand there's RCMP drones. I understand that for my protection. And I can tell when I look at them, they blink red, white, and blue. Right? And no one's going to fly a drone and then personate law enforcement by using red, white, and blue. It's just.
Yeah. No one's going to, do that, Daniel. Nobody. I mean, they're flocking over so many drones every night. Miss Sherry, love you, darling. 16 months. That's a legend. How you doing, girl? Thank you so much, my dear. Really, really do appreciate you very, very much for your continued support. Love your new picture. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much, my dear. Oh, Daniel. Trump released our aliens from Area 51 on Daniel in the form of a red, white, and blue drone.
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker. 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 If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
That's right. Tucker. I mean, guys, something is wrong here. These drones, these red, white, and blue drones are keeping Tucker up all night. That is unacceptable. But they are there to protect Mr. Martell. That's right. All 5 of his personalities. That's right.
Just not a smart idea. So, and you can tell from the way that, the positioning that they have, right? They're, professionally trained drone pilots.
Yeah. You can tell the way the red, white, and blue drones are positioned, that they're professional drone pilots. Yeah. Yeah.
So you can tell the way they have the units set up in the sky that it's coordinated to some degree.
Yeah. It's all coordinated. Somebody's watching me.
Yeah, it's weird. So let's pivot over onto the search. CJ has a question about the boot print. Did you hear about the boot print that was found in this recent search? And just share some of your thoughts about the search.
You know what? They're probably going to ask Daniel and Janie if they can start recharging their drones there. I bet. Because, they got to recharge their drones, right? So I'm sure you wouldn't mind, blowing them in a little electricity, would you, Daniel, Janie?
Search, and I know that you've got some strong opinions and facts really based on some of the things that Nick had said. So
Who
first,
can it
what
be
is your opinion
now?
on that boot print that was found?
I know the boot print whose they are. I'm not going to say who because there's been so many people dragged into this.
You know something? Daniel knows who that boot print was that they showed the other day. He knows that boot print. That's interesting, but he said he never went to and seen where Jack and Lily's boot print was allegedly. With the 3 prints. The one Malaya showed that was an actual, what kind of picture was it? Like a black and white picture that wasn't even real footprints to begin with.
Investigation, but let's just say that people frequently ATV in those areas, and the small children are too small to drive their own ATVs. So they're accompanied by an adult. And, if a bite.
And yes, Daniel, and that's the reason we are here for this whole case, right? If the adults was with all of the children and accompanying them, right? What you guys say that they, walked out of the house or was taken out of the house, which there's no proof of that. But it sounds like the people riding the 4-wheelers that's got a kid's footprint there, they were being responsible.
One of the other kids' bikes, breaks down or something. If they got to get off, someone needs to pee or something like that. The kid's got to go off too, get off the bike. So, and that's where that boot print came from, because if you think about it like this, we had like 3 feet of snow out where I live this winter. So there's no way of boot print is going to be perfectly preserved for a whole year.
I agree with that. I do agree with Daniel on that. I don't believe that that little footprint that they showed yesterday, Number one, I don't think it has anything to do with Jack and Lilly. Number two, I certainly don't think it was there from a year ago, from May of last year.
Underneath 3 feet of snow, and then dealing with frozen and then thawed, and then all the snow melting, and then rain, and then heat from the sun.
I agree with that.
It's fairly uncommon for a boot print to stay perfectly preserved
Hey, Nana.
for that amount of time, and to think it's a viable boot print after that amount of time.
Yeah. My thing was, it's not just people are saying, well, it could have survived the winter, but it's not just winter we're talking about. We're
What do you mean,
talking about
Shannon?
spring, summer, fall, and winter, and now, spring again. So I don't understand where people's logic
They have,
is when it comes to that.
Leslie. They do. RCMP and all law enforcement has drones. There's nothing to argue about that. It's just the fact that Daniel says these are red, white, and blue specific ones that are there watching Daniel and Janie's protection, and that the other ones are just flocking over his house all night, every single night.
I can
Were
give you a
you
little more insight into the way the boot prints work as well, right? When you have a boot print, the inlay of the boot print, if it's fresh, it still will be perfectly preserved around the sides. But as a boot print gets older, you'll start to see
It's called a
the
fossil.
walls of the boot print start to cave in, so it won't be perfectly molded into the ground. You'll start to see the top layer of the boot print start to degrade and fall in on the boot print. So that's how you know if boot print's fresh or not,
I think you've degraded and fallen in,
just in
Daniel.
case people wanted to know.
The toilet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'll touch on Nick now.
Sure. I just first I want to know if were you surprised when you found out Malaya was going to be at the search? We know that she didn't actually search. She was more so a support person, but did that surprise you? And then you can go ahead and touch on Nick.
I think personally that Cheryl was a motivator in that. It seems that Cheryl does a lot for Malaya. I'm not going to, be spiteful in any way or trash anybody. I'm going to try not to. I may say some harsh things, but I'm not going to openly attack or produce theories or conspiracies. I'm not going to do that today. I don't think that's
Yeah, you've done
justified.
it enough, haven't you?
But I'll touch on Nick now. Yeah, it was good for. I'll go back here a little bit. It was good for Malaya, I think, to get out and show face and be out with the pro Malaya crew there.
Pro Malaya crew. Pro Malaya, pro Daniel crew. She's showing face. She's giving fierce in those sunglasses.
A lot of them are pro Malaya. So she felt comfortable. I know you got Bradley and Shanigans and Cheryl and a few other that are pro Malaya. So it was she was confident going out and being around people that liked her.
Yes, ma'am.
That made it much more smooth, and it was easier for her.
We're the
in
pro
general.
Jack and Lilly.
And now we'll touch on Nick as well. Nick,
we don't lick Malaya's or Daniel's or Janie's boots.
Came out and said that Malaya's been criminally cleared. It is impossible to be criminal.
Is that true? Did he say that Malaya was criminally cleared? Or is Daniel just saying that? I really want to know that. Because it's nobody's place to say anyone is 100% guilty or 100% cleared. other than law enforcement. He said that. I'm seeing two different things. So, yep, he said that. I didn't hear that. So I'm hearing both. No, he's not saying that, Justin. I mean, again, I appreciate Nick, their searching and stuff, things that a lot of us can't do. But again, I didn't like the thing where he said he was there to advocate for the mom and Jack, and he said, I think you're there to advocate for Jack and Lilly, not Malaya. Malaya is a grown ass person.
Criminally cleared if it's not a criminal investigation, so that makes no sense.
Always, where have you been? I haven't seen you since 1976. Where you been, girl? Good to see you. Hard to clear someone as a suspect when no one has been named a suspect in a missing persons case. That's right. But it's RCMP said criminal investigation as well. I just shared that just a minute ago.
Like, that literally makes no sense at all. Being a missing persons case, how can somebody be criminally cleared if they're not looking for criminals because it's a missing persons case? And they never made that transition, so it's just impossible. So I contacted investigators.
No, he said the pro Malaya crew said she is cleared and debunked it by saying he talked to the investigator. Just listen. Maybe I listened to it wrong. Let me listen.
I know you got Bradley and Shanigans and Cheryl and a few other that are pro Malaya. So it was she was confident going out and being around people that liked her. That made it much more smooth and so she felt comfortable. I know you got Bradley and Shanigans and Cheryl, be out with the pro Malaya crew there. It was good for, I'll go back here a little bit. It was good for Malaya, I think, to get out and show face and, be out with the pro Malaya crew there. I mean, a lot of them are pro Malaya. So she felt comfortable. I know.
I think so too.
You got Bradley and Shanigans and Cheryl and a few other that are pro Malaya. So it was she was confident going out and being around people that liked her. That made it much more smooth and it was easier for her in general. And now we'll touch on Nick as well. Nick came out and said that Malaya has been criminally cleared. It is impossible to be.
No, he says Nick said Malaya was criminally cleared. He says it just
criminally cleared if it's not a criminal cleared. Nick as well. Nick came out and said that Malaya has been criminally cleared.
Nick said that Malaya said it was criminally cleared.
It is impossible.
There's Daphne, I was looking for it last night. I had it Brad did an interview.
To be criminally cleared if it's not a criminal investigation, so that makes no sense. Like, that literally makes no sense at all. Being a missing persons case, how can somebody be criminally cleared if they're not looking for criminals because it's a missing persons case? And they never.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Facets of the case, right? They are missing, but again, how they are missing is what they are looking into. And again, I read this earlier, quote, this is from the RCMP yesterday or day before yesterday, quote, in any criminal investigation, in order to protect the integrity of the investigation, we don't talk about things. But in this particular case here, we're gathering the information, and that's operational security related to the information we gathered. No, didn't Brad just recently do an interview? It was like an article. Does anyone remember a case like this where the mother unalived the kids because the boyfriend cared and loved the kids more than the parent and wanted to be the kid dad in Ontario? Terry was the kid's name.
Never made that transition, so it's just impossible. So I
You don't know exactly how they're doing.
contacted investigators right when that news broke, and they assured me that it was all bullshit. Sorry for my
Insured him.
language, but yeah, investigators told me it's all bullshit, Daniel, don't listen to it. So
He always says things like this. He loves to say it like he's got the in with the RCMP, right? It's all bullshit, Daniel. Don't listen to it. We know better, Daniel, that you're not a meth smoking.
that's what I have on that. So, and then Nick started removing people from the search that were saying he was lying.
Now, I do agree with Daniel here. I believe that nobody should be removed from the search for Jack and Lilly. I think it's not about politics, if you will, there. It's about finding Jack and Lilly, searching for them. I think Belinda should have been welcomed, and so should have anybody else who was one.
I mean, they removed some people from the search that I'm aware of, and I don't think it was fair on Nick's side to not let Belinda and Chelsea search. I think that was, that was the wrong decision. I think that Belinda and Chelsea had a full right to search. That's public property, and I think they could have searched. Given
Really,
that
literally no
they were
reason
willing
why
to do
not.
it. Yeah. I mean, they could have followed right along behind them. There's no peace bonds or restraining orders on Belinda or Chelsea from Malaya. So
there you,
they were
Daniel?
free to walk along with the search if they wanted. There was nothing that could stop them.
I agree with Daniel.
Right, but I mean, having said that, you understand why they didn't, just due to being basically, the polite way to put it is uninvited by please bring me home. I mean,
Mhm.
some people just don't have that personality to be like, fuck you, I'm going to do it anyways. And I don't
Yeah.
see Belinda being that type of person, nor Chelsea. So I get that. I mean, I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, it would have been a very awkward situation to be involved in. And I understand that. And I'll say this about Belinda. I know Belinda don't see eye to eye. Belinda doesn't see eye to eye with my mother either. Belinda has her beliefs and opinions. I understand that, just like everyone else does. But I think going forward, I'm going to show my support for Belinda's guardianship, because I've seen, Malaya abandoned her kids on May 3rd. And there's no other way or explanation that can explain.
I believe Malaya, in my opinion, abandoned her duty. But I also believe Malaya and Daniel abandoned their duty while Jack and Lilly was there. And I think Daniel is doing this, saying this right now to manipulate. In my opinion, they're doing this he's doing this to manipulate people, in my opinion. I think that's the reason he's doing it. The way he's saying that. I'm trying to pull up something here. There was a vigil today. I'll show you guys this here in just a second. Imagine living with them. Not a chance.
Like what she did. And to me, that turned your back on Lilly and Jack. And so I'm going to show my support to Belinda for the guardianship. And I think that she should be given the guardianship of Lilly and Jack when they are found safe.
Well, I believe she should be given guardianship to make the decisions when they are found. I don't believe they will be found safe. We're going to come back to this in just a second. Promise you on that. But look at this.
1 year, and community members here in Stellarton are still wondering what happened to Lilly and Jack Sullivan. Family, friends, and members of the public rallied outside their local RCMP detachment on Saturday.
We're here to mark 1 year of not having answers. 1 year of there's still so many questions.
Lilly and Jack were 6 and 4 years old when they were first reported missing from their home in Lansdowne Station on May 2nd, 2025. It was reported to police at the time the siblings wandered away from their property, but despite extensive search efforts in the surrounding area, there has been no signs of the children.
Lilly and Jack are two beautiful children that should be running around right now. They should be playing right now.
The rally organizer says the investigation needs a clearer direction.
The public is no further ahead today other than speculation of what we should be helping with.
Since Lilly and Jack's disappearance, the RCMP said they've...
There's old Ken. There's old Ken, who's awfully quiet now. Awfully quiet now. Guys, if you're just joining us, make sure you hit that thumbs up button or double tap that screen if you're on mobile.
Today, other than speculation of what we should be helping with.
Since Lilly and Jack's disappearance, the RCMP said they've received and are in the process of evaluating nearly 1,200 tips.
We continue to ask anyone who has specific fact-based information that could assist the investigation to come forward.
Investigators have interviewed more than 100 people, administered
Who's all there? Do we see Durwood? Is Durwood anywhere?
People, administered polygraphs, and reviewed more than 8,000 video files related to the case. Police maintain there's no evidence the children were abducted, continuing to label it
Don't see Durwood
as a missing persons case. This woman says she drove all the way from Toronto to offer.
That's not Durwood.
For support.
I've driven through various parts of Ontario, mostly border cities, putting up flyers on my way out
I've
here.
got the video. I'm going to show you in a
stopping at the
second.
truck stops, putting up posters, just any kind of advocacy, any kind of
Thank
awareness
you so
as
much,
a
ma'am,
mom.
for doing that.
It touches. You want the kids found. You want to make sure they're safe.
At the rally, RCMP said their commitment to Lilly and Jack has not wavered, as this community pledges to be the driving force behind keeping these two missing children top of mind for everyone. Colleen?
Colleen. Answer. Okay. I want to show you this.
Hey, fragrance.com fans.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. These commercials. Sorry. Here we go. This was the vigil.
We hoped for more, but
Where's Durwood? Here's Ken. Is this where they're speaking?
in the rally for justice.
Tori, thank you so much. Thank you, darling. Appreciate you for gifting a pearl necklace. My lovely. You received that. Make sure you give our Tori Big old thank you. Thank you, my sweetie. Good to see you. Is Daniel going to court this upcoming week? He goes day after tomorrow. Monday is the plea day. Not sure if he's going or the lawyer. How do you plead? Please, 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 please.
And to start today's events off, we don't have a particular prayer, but what I would ask is everybody bow their heads and say a prayer to yourself of what we want out of today. We're here to get answers. We need answers for Jack and Lilly.
I don't know if Ken, I know he's watching right now probably. Ken, you're welcome to join. I don't know if he's still friendly with Daniel and Malay or Daniel and Janie, but I think he was swindled and kind of rode the fence in the beginning when he was much more active on YouTube. And yeah, I think we shouldn't have done that. Like, just been in one place or the other. Either you supported him or didn't. Mm-hmm.
Question, what happened and where are they? We know that investigations take time to complete and to get the details to figure out what happened. But what we are here for today is to let the RCMP and major crimes know that we have to start eliminating possibilities to bring the groups together so that we're all on the same page, we're all focused in the same direction, and we want to find out the answers.
There's only one place to focus, and that's on Jack and Lilly, and that's a very generic thing to say, and it's the loving thing to say, but it's not about being pro. It's not about kissing Daniel's ass or Malaya's ass. They both lied. Always buddies with Durwood? Is he?
Of what happened to Jack and Lilly, and then deal with the why and how do we prevent it from ever happening again.
Okay, if y'all want to watch this, y'all can watch this. We're going to get to the Daniel, or I just want to see if, oh, here's this guy. I want to see this guy real quick. I like this guy.
You can tip that up if you need, bro.
He should have. Okay, what that is.
I want to pay special thanks to Kent.
This guy has been really very supportive of Jack and Lilly. I like him a lot. I like his voice too. I want to thank a big special thank you to Kent.
If it wasn't for Kent, I wouldn't be here. I'm not a social media person, and it was Kent that called me about a month ago probably and told me this was going on today. So sometimes we have to make sure that we get the message out. I also want to thank the media that are here today, because they're the ones that have to keep this story alive.
He's a dub. He's a good guy. You can tell he's a good guy.
We heard about two little kids losing their lives last week in Western Alberta. Different story than this, but there's always another story. And if we don't keep little Lilly and Jack's story alive, then the attention goes somewhere else. And we need to keep the attention on this story if we have any chance of solving whatever happened that day. It's not normal. It's totally abnormal, and that's why it's such a big story across this country and farther for two little kids to go missing off the face of the earth. It's not right. for sure. Those little kids deserve to have a life the same as all the rest of the little ones around. We all started little, grow bigger, but we don't expect bad things happen, but we don't expect.
Absolutely, Daphne.
We
I
don't
mean,
expect
everyone
our
has the
little
right to
ones
speak.
to
Yeah, about
disappear.
that.
So we can fault somebody, but that doesn't help them. We can fault the RCMP if we want to for not finding them, but they can only do their job. And their job can only be done if they have the people of the area give everything they have in terms of any clues or hints that might help. But what doesn't help is a whole lot of stories that are in somebody's head.
Yep,
That only
Adam.
gets in the way, and that's what the RCMP.
What grandmother doesn't speak at the kids' 1-year vigil?
You're saying this week, I think they need real facts, and somebody has those. Somebody has those real facts. Now, when I spoke here last fall, I gave my belief that those little ones are not in the woods. I did take some flack for that from one of my own counselors, because he said, you're giving your opinion, not council's opinion. And so I want to very much emphasize today that my opinion is that those little ones, little Jack and little Lily, are not in the woods.
I think they're in the woods. I don't think they're in the woods.
With all the searching that was done. And thank each and every one of those search crews that were in there, and very difficult terrain after Fiona through that woods, but they covered it completely. There have been other groups in since then that have looked. Maybe we need to look further. And I know the RCMP keeps saying we don't have any evidence of abduction, but maybe that needs to be looked at closely.
I don't think that needs to be looked at.
I'm not an expert,
anymore.
and I don't have any more clue than everybody else around here. But I know that, in my opinion, we assist their children.
Let me speak.
Or are we taking for granted that they're
okay?
Lilly and Jack Sullivan.
Oh, Belinda, bless her heart.
All of you guys for coming. We are gathered here to mark the 1 year that my grandchildren, Lilly and Jack Sullivan, have disappeared. Lilly was just 6 years old. She is now 7. Jack was just 4 years old. He is now 5. They were just babies, playing in their make-believe world, playing games, exploring their surroundings. Now they're gone. No answers. Just gone.
I know.
We are here because we want answers. We want justice. We need to demand better from our representatives, our institutions, and our law enforcement. We need more transparency and accountability.
I know it's taken over, we're at a year and stuff, and I know Belinda is frustrated that but Belinda, they are going to find answers. They are. And it's easier said than done. I understand that, but we just have to keep the faith and have the patience.
As parents, grandparents, family, friends, as a community, we need to be the change that is needed. We need to stand united for Lilly and Jack because they deserve the truth. They deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. To those who know what happened, may the truth befall you. We are here because Lilly and Jack are a part of my family. They are loved, they are missed. I love them, and I miss them.
It's heartbreaking.
All of you caring people are here because you have grown to love them also. And for that, I am thankful. You have helped to keep their faces and their story out there. To all the searchers who have taken time out of their lives to scour the woods, the trails, you are appreciated more than words can say. You are heroes.
I know Joy is.
Ken,
I
I'd
know.
like to thank you and everyone who has helped to put this together. It's hard to put an event like this together, and I thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Kent, for
We
that.
are
Absolutely.
standing for Lily Mae and Jackie Boy. We are standing for accountability. We are standing for justice, and we are standing for truth. Thank you.
And let me just say something in a second. 1 second.
It's under my understanding that the grandmother on the mother's side is here too. I'd like to give her.
Okay. I'm going to say something. And again, it's for those that coddle Malaya. People's like, Malaya, this is outside of her comfort zone. She's quiet, all of that stuff, all of that bullshit. Belinda doesn't like the camera, doesn't like to be out in the limelight, is a quiet person as well. But you know what she is more than anything? She's a grandmother. And those are her grandkids. And even if you are a quiet person, a reserved person, or whatever, you get your ass out there because it's no longer about you, it's about the kids. Belinda comes from a certain generation where they are not as out and open as my generation. So you can save it with the, Malaya is quiet and reserved and all of that shit. Period. You can save it because Belinda is doing what a grandmother does, doing what a parent does. Why can't she speak up for her children? Well, Nova, in my opinion, it's because it might incriminate her or she might tell on herself, right? If Belinda can do it, a mother certainly should be able to. I don't give a damn what she's been through. Don't give a damn what she's been through. It's not about you. It's about your children. And it's very interesting that Malaya's mother, Jack and Lily's very own other grandmother, didn't get up there and speak. She spoke yesterday, not on camera. If you guys really, Malaya, Daniel, all of you who thinks Jack and Lily are alive still, that don't show your face, if you actually thought your children were alive, Malaya, Malaya's mom, wouldn't you, if they might be able to see your face for a minute? If you're no, Daphne, no, I disagree with that. If if Jack and Lily could see your face for 1 second on TV, if they're out there, and that brought them a morsel of comfort, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you let them be hearing your voice saying, Mommy's coming to get you? Grandma's not gave up on you. Pleading, begging. I'll wait. So, but let's just coddle Malaya. Let's have her have, you know, her handlers save it.
Equal opportunity in turn if she would like to come up and say a few words.
Kent
So
gave her the
Cindy,
opportunity
if
right
you're
there. Look
here
at
and
there.
you want to come up?
You want to come up, Malaya's mom?
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted
Nope.
to give the opportunity. So we'll give Belinda a few minutes.
And good for you, Kent. Thank you for doing that. She just showed what a POS.
While she's gathering herself back up. But what I will do is I will call upon Staff Sergeant Curtis McKinnon to come to the microphone. And we hope, Curtis, team, with stuff.
Seen so many extent. Today, marking 1 year since Lilly and Jack were reported missing, it is undeniably difficult for family members in our entire community. Seeing so many people here gathered at the Stelton Detachment is a powerful reminder of how much Lilly and Jack matter. They haven't been forgotten, and the concern and compassion shown by Pictou County and beyond continues to be felt. I want to be clear that the RCMP is doing everything it can to determine what has happened to Lilly and Jack. RCMP resources from here in Nova Scotia and across Canada continue to be involved, and our major crime investigators are committed as ever. We appreciate everyone who has taken the time to share information
Oh no,
with the
Bobby.
police. We continue to ask anyone who has specific fact-based information that could assist the investigation to come forward. As someone who lives in this community, I want to thank you for the ongoing support you've shown Lilly and Jack, their loved ones, and the investigators who are working on this file. It's difficult.
And remember, they say they believe they're alive.
Difficult it is to wait for answers as the investigation continues. I can assure you that our commitment to finding out what has happened to Lilly and Jack hasn't wavered, and it won't. Thank you.
To my understanding, that's the only three that spoke up during this entire vigil. Ken, RCMP, Belinda.
As you know, last summer from this date, there was a memorial set up here at the RCMP station with a lighthouse built to guide Lilly and Jack their way home. As the weather turned bad and the snow was going to come down, we knew we needed a new home for that memorial. We'd like to say a huge thank you to Amtech Business Limited in Alma, who took the memorial in for the winter and guarded it.
Sorry, and the little girl. Where's the... Hold on. Did I pass the little girl? 1 second. I think I might have passed. Someone wanted me to play that part. Where was it? Like what part? Let me see. Do we know what part of the interview it was? Is it on up here? God bless the little girl for doing that. Oh, here we go. Bless her heart.
Tip it down for her, Janice. Now we'll bring it down some for you.
I hope Jack and Lilly comes back to the home be safe so they can come back to the mom and dad safely.
Woo!
Bless her heart.
Start eliminating things that you're able to.
Oh, there's Durwood. Right here's Durwood.
Darren, grab that phone for me. I had no one behind the camera, folks, so I hope that was decent.
There she is. There she is. There's old Durwood. Thank you, Deb. Thank you so much, honey. Appreciate you very much. Justin and I was almost taken by two men as a kid riding my bike in New York. I escaped horror, and I thank God he showed me how to escape, and alive today. My heart breaks for children who suffer and did not make it. Yes. Yeah. And I am so sorry you went through that, Deb. Praise God you're okay today. And you know, that's you come from that would be the minority, right? Because stranger abduction is the most rare, right? And talk to your kids, grandkids, everyone about things like that. I always, tell them to go as far to the ground as you can and fight like hell if they try to take you, and scream as loud as you can. Still think it's Daniel's. Okay, let's get back to this with Daniel. I got some very things to say right up here. This is Shar's true crime story podcast. Let me give her the credit. Link is in the description, by the way. Shar's true crime. Is it podcast story or podcast? I can't remember. It's long. It's long. Malaya said it was cold and wet last night, but the same came out today. So I hope they're warm. What a fake.
And I know a lot of people are going to hate on me for that, but
bad. Just
from what I've gathered from CPS documents and what I've seen with my own eyes out of
I agree.
Malaya.
That's so bad, Shannon.
I think the best bet for Lily and Jack is to be in Belinda's care.
I agree with that.
You know, I don't disagree with that, and I think that.
But my question for you, Daniel, see, I think Daniel is saying this to be manipulative toward Malaya. He's trying to play cunning, but I think he's doing this to be an asshole to Malaya. But this is the thing, Daniel. You said Jack and Lilly was most comforted with you, and that you did everything for Jack and Lilly. Right? You did everything for Jack and Lilly. If Jack and Lilly are alive and well, and that would be amazing if they are. I hope that more than anything. I don't believe so, but I hope that. Why wouldn't you say they were most comforted with me? Right? Why wouldn't I get to have them or fight for custody for them? I'm just asking. Not that I think you should have them. Clearly, I obviously don't. But based upon what you say, when it's convenient for you, you say Jack and Lilly was most comforted with you. They only listened to you and you did everything for them. Just a question, Daniel.
Even if they're not found alive, there, there's a level of love and support and belonging that I think that the children deserve that haven't been it hasn't been demonstrated by their mother. And so that is why I'm also supportive for no other reason. Like, I don't know Malaya. I don't know her reasons for leaving, but I do know that for the past year, she hasn't had anything to say about her children other than that one letter. So I'm completely with you here. Ron Mexico wants to know, why do you think Malaya is so silent though? Is she introverted, or do you think she's being advised to keep quiet? It's like, what are your thoughts there? If you can, if there's anything that you can't answer or you think will harm your case, don't answer.
I think if Malaya does speak out, I think that it will give me a lot of ammunition and I can weaponize whatever she says.
At least he's being honest here. I think if Malaya speaks out, he says, it will give me a lot of ammunition and I can weaponize it. He's right.
Due to contradictions that.
Which you are the most contradicting case I have ever covered, Daniel. With anybody's statements, you are truly the most contradicting case I have covered to date with the amount of stories you have said.
And I know Malaya. I know Malaya fully well, so I can tell when, stuff is accurate or false, or my interpretations of things, and from past experiences and my own personal experience. So that may be something to do with it too, because she knows I'm so vocal. And if she talks, then I will proceed to talk after. And
no,
Daniel, but I'm not here to attack.
He knows if she talks, I'll talk afterwards. You haven't stopped speaking, Daniel. You stopped for, I don't know, a month or two. But she's more intelligent than you. I think she's talking to the RCMP, not you.
Malaya.
Yeah.
Or, be spiteful in any way. That's not the reason for today. It's not justified, as I said before. But
do you think she's just so shy and introverted though? Like, can you answer that? Just about her personality in general. Is she?
Oh my God, Joyous. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you. Wow. Goodness, you're extremely kind to me, Miss Joyous. Thank you so much, Mama. Thank you, Justin, for keeping Jack and Lilly in the forefront. And thank you, Summer Breeze, for your hearts, stickers for Justin. Summer Breeze, thank you as well. Yes, thank you. You're so kind, Joyous. Thank you. I appreciate everyone. Justice for Jack and Lilly. I appreciate you, Mamacita, very, very much. Truly can't thank you enough, Miss Joyous. Got such a loving heart. You really do. And I appreciate you and appreciate you very much, Summer Breeze, as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Robin, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Very generous, my friend. Appreciate you. How you doing? Why did Daniel need to speak today on Jack and Lily's day? Such a narcissist, in my opinion. Justice for Jack and Lilly. You are not the only one that has said that. You really aren't. A lot of people have said that. What I think it's about narcissism. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. Robin, but I also think it's about narrative for him. It's about control for him, right? Things are being put out by the RCMP. They're not allegedly speaking to Daniel much right now. I do think it's about attention. Attention's not on him as right. I think it's about the vigil, people showing up, supporting Jack and Lilly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's all of that. Um, and I think it's about he knows, in my opinion, it's coming. It's RCMP did not mince words here, right? They did not mince words that this case is, they have made progress on this case, that they're going to see it through until this is done. And then they said in a criminal investigation. So, yeah. Thank you so much, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for your support as well. Miss Patriot, 8 months, girl. How you doing? Appreciate you very much, Miss Patriot. Thank you for your continued support. Can't thank you enough, my friend. MBM has something to do with the kids gone too. All involved, in my opinion. I will blame other. All involved, in my opinion. I will blame other. Absolutely. This is why I've never been able to support Malaya or Daniel. It's because if you really wanted them found, you would not be lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old. You would be participating, and you would continually be active in their case, and their stories would align. There's just a lot of things that I think they're equally hideous at the same time, just in different ways, to be quite honest with you. Thank you so much, Patriot Girl. Appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support. Linda, good to see you, my dear. Thank you so much for your support. 7 months. Thank you. Really appreciate that, Miss Linda. Justin, you're fabulous. So kind. Your love. Thank you, Miss Linda. And justice for Jack and Lilly. Amen. You know, when I started this case literally 1 year ago today, I was told about their case at, I think, about 2 o'clock Eastern time in the afternoon. And I was live, and after I ended my live, I started looking at it, and I went live again to talk about their case, just because when kids first go missing, you want it to be out there because there's locals that from everywhere that watch you, and you want them to get that notification so they can share it out to the community. I never thought it would be like this. And then as the next day happened, I had a lot of locals calling me. And there was a lot of red flags from jump. From jump, there was a lot of red flags. And they've just never stopped, those red flags. And the parents' behavior, and just, we've seen it all, you know. Thank you so much, Miss Linda. Appreciate you. And really, really do appreciate you. Thank you so very much for your support. I really, really do appreciate you, my dear. Truly can't do it without you guys. Yeah, Malaya is a coward. I think Malaya and Daniel care more about themselves than they do about anybody else. I think really the only people you love more than yourself is your kids or your family. And you just don't see it here.
She's just so soft spoken that she just can't bring herself.
Hold on. Uh-uh. 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 Uh, we are late, ma'am. Crazy Buck to the office, please. You're being paged. Crazy Buck to the office, please. You're being paid. We need a late slip for our Crazy Buck. How you doing? How you doing, girl? Good to see you, Miss Crazy Buck. Hopefully you're well. It's been an eventful day.
To talk about the kids or something else, and then just leave it at that. Just say interviewed it or something else, and then we'll move on.
I will say this. Malaya is very soft spoken, and
she's very soft spoken.
She's not a huge crowd goer, we'll say that. But, and I'll leave it at this, she has a very dark side. And I don't think many people
listen to what he says here. Malaya is a quiet person. She's not a crowd goer, but she has a very dark side. Oh, I need to message Ninchi back. I think she messaged me yesterday. I need to message her. So bad. She has a very dark side. Well, this is the thing. Everyone is human, right? And everyone can get pissed off. Everyone can get mad. But that's the human condition. It is different than being dark. Dark is abusing your children, being neglectful, all of that. So, and this is the thing, rugs can change you. It can make you do things that you would not normally do, and that's including for you, Daniel. I think Daniel's doing this intentionally, saying this intentionally. It's just interesting that he says it like this, Miss Tina, thank you so much, Mommy. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being a voice feature. Thank you so much. McChicken fun for Remy. Girl, she owes me a McChicken. She ate mine. Thank you so much, Miss Tina. Appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much for your support. Court is coming, right, Daniel? That's it. That's it. It sure is, isn't it? Then Daniel says, well, the kids were seen public ahead of time. This is when I started changing and thinking, what the fuck? Yes. So he says it up here. Pictou, actually, I saw you in chat. I remember when you said ahead of what? Ahead of what? And again, when he says the kids were seen public ahead of time, I think he's talking about that, that evening something happened, right? If he would have, he's listening right now, so he changes his story. He's like he was talking about me kind of poking him about the white Nissan. He's going to say some things up here that I have spoken about him on, and he's tweaked the story. But he'll probably tweak it after this as well. Ahead of what is what you said. If he was talking about the kids being seen ahead of time, he would have said the kids were seen the day before, right? Because remember, he says he woke up, it was just an ordinary, day until it wasn't. And what happened Thursday when they weren't in school and they went to the stores and all that, that's when they were seen. But he says the kids were seen ahead of time, meaning it's the same day. Jen? Hey, darling, good to see you. Good to see you, my love.
People have seen that.
Oh, it's muted.
I know Cody may have seen that. But I think it's really comes down to amount of resentment buildup. That's when she gets, displays these dark traits. And, she had every right to do that. I mean, we were in a relationship for 3 years. And,
listen to what he says here.
And I'll say this too. I wasn't always there for Malaya emotionally when she needed me most. And I will openly say
there was 2 reasons for that, Robin. I think she says, I think the only reason Daniel mentioned Lily's black eye is because he was worried it would be seen on camera in town, in my opinion. I think it was that, and if Lily was found quickly in the woods, that might be a question for investigators as well.
Say that. I have no problem being open and honest and fully transparent on who I am, and I think this interview will prove that. But I wasn't always there for Malaya when she needed me most. And for that, I can't.
Yeah, Magdalena, I mean, I think everything that happened to Malaya, I think she was wronged in a lot of ways by Daniel. I think everyone on the property is. I think Janie is as well. But I also think she equally wronged her own kids and is still to this day not really standing up for Jack and Lilly. You know what I mean? And it just saddens me for Jack and Lilly.
Go back in time and never change anything. So we'll leave it at that. But I understand that she, from everything that happened, that she did want out. And I have no problem with that. She was, because she did leave, right?
Oh, little black bear. Honey, you need to take care of that. Your blood sugar has been over 500 today. Yeah. Protein. It'll help flush that out.
It sucked that, the breakup had to be on the world stage for everyone to view. But I did want to cover that because.
Also, this may sound a little weird. I'm not a doctor and all of that, but if you have any Psyllium husk or Metamucil, that'll help grab a hold of it as well, of the sugar proteins, or any charcoal tablets, which probably most of y'all don't have charcoal tablets laying around, but
because that I'm at fault for not being there when she needed me most. And, she may have had postpartum. I don't know. She would be the only one who knows that, because I don't feel what she feels, right? She has to,
it's
come out and talk about that herself if she did have it. But I just wanted to touch on that. It's a hard thing to talk about, and I'm at blame for that, for not being there emotionally when she needed me. And I will.
That's fair.
That's
it's good that you. It's good that you can look back and kind of recognize maybe where things went wrong. And I don't think it's anybody's business what went on in your relationship before. And I mean, really, technically after either.
Yeah, it's
It's
good.
just it only matters as it pertains to what happened to Jack and Lilly. So we'll
Just a clapping seal. I should do a video on the supplements I have. It looks like a pharmacy.
just leave that at that. Jumping back a little bit, Daniel, you told me that the kids had tablets. Were the tablets taken for investigation? And like, what about your mom's phone? Any other family members' phones? Were they all taken as well?
No, mom's phone was never taken. Mom was willing to hand it over, but
Okay, now listen to this. Earlier, remember, they are supposedly looking at their text messages, their phones and stuff. Again, it says of family members. I have been wondering if they didn't maybe turn over all of their electronics in the beginning, whether that's a burner phone, old phones, whatever. And Daniel talks about Malaya's phone right here. And it makes me wonder, are they going back to look? Because they're going back to look for a reason, for something.
No, mom's phone was never taken. Mom was willing to hand it over, but they said, no, we don't need it. And when it comes to the tablets, the second time that Malaya reported me to CPS, when I passed her the mail, right? And then she went in and reported me.
Did you guys notice this right here? This is where it starts getting real good. Daniel says the second time Malaya, what was the first time Malaya reported you to CPS? What was the first time? We only knew of one time, didn't we? What was the second time? The second time was when he was at the CPS place. What was the first time, Daniel? He threw it in the trunk. Listen to that again.
The second time that Malaya reported me to CPS, when I they said, no, mom's phone was never taken. Mom was willing to hand it over, but they said, no, we don't need it. And when it comes to the tablets, the second time that Malaya reported me to CPS, when I
that's very dangerous. 500
passed her
very
the
bad.
mail,
The medical emergency.
right? And then she went in and reported me for coming close to her.
Hey Ginger, no, this is the time he's talking about when he threw the mail. She was at the trunk of the car at the CPS place, and she had the trunk open, and he throws it in there. He said the second time she reported me was when we were at the CPS office when I threw the stuff in there. So what's the first time? Like when he parked beside her at the car at the seat. I think this is the time he's talking about, right? Let me make sure.
Were they all taken as well?
But they said, no, we don't need it. And when it comes to the tablets, the second time that Malaya reported me to CPS, when I passed her the mail, right? And then she went in and reported me for coming close to her.
That was at the CPS place.
I didn't mean Malaya any harm. I just walked up and I handed her the mail that came in the mailbox here. And I handed her Lily and Jack's tablets.
Like, you don't even understand how Daniel kept tabs on Malaya. He had other people keep tabs on her. He had other people speak to her, and he got the messages back to him. And I know this for a actual fact because I have recordings of Daniel where he says it that I've not released. But you actually 100% say it, Daniel. And remember, Malaya did block him from the jump after she left because I didn't mean any harm. What?
And so she has Lily and Jack's tablets. But I don't know if they were ever checked digitally for anything, but they're connected to Malaya's Play Store account anyway. And I imagine they probably looked at that when they had her phone, like all her apps and Play Store.
Why would he mention that? They probably looked at her apps in her Play Store.
And can you explain what this app is that because I know I asked you specifically about that app, if she was able
Exactly,
to make phone calls
Bonnie.
off of it.
Exactly. If you have to say, I didn't mean any harm, you meant harm. That's exactly right. I agree.
But what was the app that she deleted right away? And do you know what she used it for mostly, or like what you think she used it for?
Yeah, she would use Text Plus because the service is so low here. She could call through Wi-Fi, so that's what she used that for. She wouldn't use that. That would just be to make calls. Like, she needed to call into the school and mark the kids absent. If she didn't want to use the app, you could, call in, or if you need to set up an appointment or do whatever. It wasn't used for communication purposes with her family, right?
Same as he said.
She would use Facebook Messenger for that and make calls when she needed to call Cindy.
Well, I believe, remember Mohawk when he went over to Cindy's to visit Cindy after Jack and Lilly went missing? I believe he just did that to aggravate Malaya.
Or like anyone else. I mean, she would call Patty on that because Patty's not a huge Facebook user. So that's really the only time she really used it is, set up appointments or make calls she couldn't do with Facebook Messenger, right? To whatever, like stuff like that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then for this next question, Damien said if you can't or won't say publicly, you could just send it to me to send it over to Damien. But he's wondering if you remember exactly where you were when you thought you heard that scream. It's strictly for search purposes.
Okay.
Do you remember where you were?
This annoyed the shit out of me right here, what he's getting ready to say. Damien asked him, where was Daniel when he thought he heard the scream? Now, this is a legitimate question that has never been asked to Daniel. And Daniel is going to be a spiteful little witch here and say, no, Damien, you're pro Malaya. Who gives a damn? It's a legitimate question. And he doesn't answer the question because I've asked this question. I think I was the original one that asked this question. Daniel, when you heard the scream, where was you at? Where was that side of the hill that you said Jack and Lilly couldn't have went on? Where did you film for that 30 minutes for Malaya? But he won't answer the question. And if it was truly about finding Jack and Lilly, wouldn't you think that Daniel would say, yeah, and he has nothing to hide? Wouldn't you think Daniel would say, oh, I was, down below the church or wherever? Listen to what a vengeful little prick he is here.
Strictly remember exactly where you were when you thought you heard that scream. It's strictly for search purposes. Do you remember where you were?
And Damien said, this is strictly for search purposes. That's it. Strictly for search purposes. Oh, Patriot, not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. I don't think Malaya is a little saint either. Trust me. But I will equally, in my opinion, call both of them out of little vengeful tactical BS that they do against each other and Jack and Lilly, and to save their own ass. So, and this bothered me when Daniel did this.
I don't know the exact coordinates, but I do know where it was at, and I searched that heavily. See, the problem I have with that is there were so many people yelling and screaming during the search, and in combination with the helicopter and drones, because the drones are very loud too when they're in the airspace, because some of them are quite large. So I did search that area. I know where it is, but if Damien's pro Malaya, I don't want to speak to him.
But this is the thing. Damien, I think, was in here earlier. I don't know Damien or anything. I don't know if he's pro Malaya, pro Daniel, pro Jack and Lilly, pro whatever. The thing was, it was a legitimate question, and Daniel says he has nothing to hide, and it's not a question that's been asked or answered before. And if you're truly about finding Jack and Lilly, about searching Daniel and having others search, why the hell didn't you answer the question? That pissed me off. That bothered me. Because again, he just said he doesn't know the coordinates, but he knows exactly where it is. But because Damien is pro Malaya, he doesn't want to tell him. I think that was bullshit, Daniel. I think you showed exactly who you were right there. That it has never been about Jack and Lilly. It's never been about Jack and Lilly for you or Malaya after Jack and Lilly went missing and before Jack and Lilly went missing, because that's the reason they're missing today, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Because that's just how it is. I'm not going to put myself in a situation where they're going to take Malaya's side and not hear me out.
Yep. Yet he Googled maps to get out of the woods. How'd you get that service, Daniel?
I don't want anything to do with them people. They're just, everyone should remain in a neutral position, just like you do, Charmaine. That's why I'm on here right now. You're not pro Daniel. You're not pro Malaya. You're pro Lilly and Jack. And from what I gathered, most of the people on that search are pro Malaya. That's why Malaya felt so comfortable. So I avoid any talk with people that think I hurt the kids, because I'm not into changing people's minds or their beliefs. Everyone has their own beliefs.
He avoids anyone that thinks that he hurt Jack and Lilly. It's amazing how he brings that stuff up. Nobody even said anything.
And for someone to change their belief system, they have to do self-examination. And I don't believe a lot of people are ready to examine themselves. Put the spot.
I could like literally snap here when he wants to talk about people looking at themselves and reflecting on themselves. Dumbass, Daniel. You are so full of shit.
Spotlight on themselves and really think, I'm going to look at all the data. I'm going to form a belief off everything I've seen so far. I'm not going to put my personal, emotional.
Okay, I know who Damien is now. Thank you, Scotia. Damien has been searching before M came out, so he is Lilly and Jack, in my opinion. And if I remember correctly, he stick to nobody knows and sticks to the facts. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And but this is the thing. Daniel wants to talk about people remaining neutral and stuff. But here's the thing. He doesn't, if you don't say you believe Daniel or defend him in a little bit at least, and you're just completely neutral, or you give him a little hell like I do, he's not going to talk to you. So Damien just being neutral, he's automatically pro Malaya, according to Daniel. That's the way Daniel
side first and determine my beliefs off of my emotions. I think it should be straight off the facts, analyze all the data that's been brought forward, and see me and Malaya as two separate entities, and not be attached if it's male or female, or
talking about here
their social status or how they come across. It's, you analyze the data, you look, and you make your belief system upon that. Not, I like Daniel more, I like Malaya more.
I don't like
Because
either one of you.
it should have never been like that. It should be, let's look at all the information that's available and let's make a belief off the information.
Daniel, let's make a decision off the information that is available. How do you know Damien and the rest of society hasn't done that in their own personal opinion, whether they've voiced that or not? They're looking for Jack and Lilly. That's all that matters to you, right? He is so oblivious to his own words. He's so oblivious to his own words. Yes, LD. Kimchi, why is he obsessed with the whole Daniel versus Malaya narrative? Because Malaya is, I think Malaya is working with the RCMP. I do. And yeah.
Not the characters involved.
Not the characters involved.
And at the end of the day, 95% of us out here, we don't know you. We know what we've seen and heard since the most traumatic event of your lives took place. What I assume to be the most traumatic event.
Oh, I forgot about that, Enoch. Yeah.
We don't know you.
Fun to ski. Hello.
You know, day-to-day life.
Jane Doe.
And for me to say, oh, Daniel did this or Daniel did that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know you.
Well, I do know Daniel has lied his ass off multiple times, provable times, that he has lied his ever-loving ass off. And so is Malaya. They have made conflicting statements that cannot be possible. Cannot be possible. They're constantly saying, let me clarify, let me clarify, let me clarify. Well, after a year of children going missing, you shouldn't need to clarify something past your initial statement and maybe clarify something else. What you do is you watch people like me who show your statements, then your conflicting statements, then your conflicting statements to those statements, in the original statements, and the conflicting statements to those statements, the other statement, the next statement, and the original statement. Because you can't keep up. because it don't make sense. Come on, guys, hit that thumbs up or double tap that screen. Thank you, Greenhouse. We're going to see what happens when RCMP dig into banking, cell phones, GPS data searches, delete a call, text apps, etc. for all of them and the families closest to them.
I don't pretend to know you. I like to think that we can have open community, which is another thing too, just really quickly. Do I fucking talk to you every day, Daniel? Did I
No,
offer
you
you a
don't.
job, Daniel?
No, you
Does
don't.
any of that just
No,
get,
I'm not. I'm not your personal secretary, Charmaine.
thank you. Thank you. Okay.
But we can touch on
It's
that
fine.
as well too. I wanna jump into something, and I want to explain this to a lot of people. When it comes to my drug use, I want to say
Here we
that
go. Here we go.
not every person that uses drugs is a bad person. Not every person that uses drugs is committing crimes and doing.
You're exactly right. Not everyone who does drugs is a bad person. Absolutely. Nobody thinks that at all. Drugs can happen to anybody. Anybody. I shared my story. I had a surgery. I knew the doctor. He gave me way too much pills, and I got addicted for 6 months. It can happen to anybody. Trust me. I know that. But I would rather you be a drug addict any day than lie on a 4 and a 6-year-old who's missing any day of the week. And I don't know why he's saying this, because he is I don't know why he's doing this. I just don't. Thank you, Deb. It's been 12 years, so well, it'll be 12 years in September.
Doing awful acts.
Down. Thank you.
I think a lot of people, when they hear, like, they heard that I did drugs in the past, that they put me into a category where they presume that everyone who did.
The problem with drugs, right? And this is the thing that bothers me with Daniel. Because we've heard his statements, we've seen his statements, we've seen his text messages that I've shown you guys about him saying it was never a problem for him, that drugs was never a problem for him, that he was able to manage his Coca-Cola and meth habits. I don't know of anyone that's able to control their math habit. And he speaks about it. First of all, he denied drugs for a long time. A long, long time. And he says, I even go to Narcotics Anonymous 3 times a week for that, quote, bullshit, end quote. And it can be too painful to look at, I'm sure the ruins around him with losing custody of the kids, your family, everything. But he's just lying. I think he is. I think he is, Green Eyes. I think that's the reason. I think today was too much. I think he was on it here. Oh, he's terrified, Deb. I think Joyce is still here. I'm pretty sure she is.
Did this certain drug or these drugs over here, they categorize them and they're put into a category where it's like evil. If this person did this, they're probably crazy. Like, my substance abuse disorder has been in remission for over a year now, and I never relapsed.
Bullshit.
And I keep my head on steady and
Bullshit.
straight for my kids. It's not for me, right? It would be easy for me just to fall back and just do drugs and, you know, try to escape reality. And, you know, but that's not why I did drugs in the first place. I did it for my ADHD. But like, my life is
Yeah,
not
that's close.
my life is not pretty. But
Yeah, that's called self-medicating. And
yeah, and you know, my psychiatrist, you know, did an assessment with him, and they diagnosed me with ADHD, and now I have.
Deborah, this is all it is. It's all about manipulating here. That's it. He's trying to manipulate again. Who does he think we are? Idiots. Yeah. And he says, and trust me, I hope anybody gets clean. Trust me. But again, I've spoken to people that he would never dream that I've spoken to. And I've spoken to his exes, and I've shown you text messages. And they claim he was using when they were with his most recent girlfriend, you know, that they had all that stuff going on. She said they walked in the woods together. He was high as a kite, and he was literally hallucinating, saying that he was hearing things in the woods. And again, when he was just talking about the drones, the red, white, and blue drones was the RCMP lights and all that. Again, I think it's the paranoia from the rugs. Yeah, and math is not a. Again, people do try to self-medicate, but street rugs or any rugs that is not under a doctor's care is not going to treat your ADHD. And in my opinion, it's an excuse.
Medication for it. And a lot of people are at risk if they have ADHD for substance abuse disorder. It's like 60 or 70% of people with ADHD. Because they're not trying to escape reality, or, you know, they're trying to manage their brains the best way they can. Because the way the brain's wired with ADHD, your dopamine levels are not high, sometimes up to 70% less dopamine than your average person. So that leaves a lot of empty space for people to want to do.
Exactly, Barbara Ann. One excuse after another. I have ADHD. Your kids disappeared right under your supervision.
Drugs to feel normal, because everyone with ADHD wants to feel normal, because they're so neurodivergent that not a lot of people understand that and understand how the brain's wired and how it operates. So I always wanted to touch on that. It was never about getting high. It was never about escaping reality. It was about trying to feel normal, Charmaine. And stimulants were the only way to actually get that feeling of being normal. I wasn't crazy. Right. I wasn't out committing crimes. I wasn't, you know, hurting.
You, in my opinion, were a lunatic. I've heard lots of stories, Daniel. And just because people don't get caught doesn't mean they're not doing crimes. I mean, you know, smoking crystal in your house with kids, you're smoking crystal at all, it's a crime, Daniel. Just the more you know kind of thing.
Lord, kumbaya.
you know? Tori, thank you so much, honey. Appreciate you very much. I absolutely love the little man BS. He is with me. I'm so glad you play it. I always have to giggle a little. Thank you so much, Tori. It cracks me up during these very serious situations when I like don't want to stop the video or something. I'm just like bullshit, because we're all saying that. Well, you guys are in your home saying bullshit, bull. Thank you so much, Tori.
People, I'm not like that. And I will never be like that. I never hurt Lily and Jack. I never hurt Malaya. I never hurt anyone in my life.
A bullshit?
Yeah, and at some point, like when you were younger, like when you first.
Well, again, we don't know who the courts is saying, who is alleging Daniel hurt. But it's very interesting coming from Daniel 2 days before he goes to court saying, I have never hurt Malaya. I've never hurt the kids. I've never hurt anyone, when he is being charged with 3 different crimes about hurting people. So I would think that comment is probably not going to age well, because the prosecutor said that they have more than enough, they believe, to charge Daniel, or they would not have brought the charges. So he is literally, this pisses me off. He is literally gaslighting you and I while he's talking about a 4 and a 6-year-old missing children, who is his stepkids, technically. Well, not technically, but his girlfriend's children. And he's lying right there to our face. Not going to age well, Daniel. And again, I think that he does these interviews when he is, I think that the rugs gives him a false sense of confidence. It takes you out of your shell, so to speak. Been there, done that. Trust me, Daniel. And it makes you feel like everything's okay, everything's lovely, everything's fine. And this is when he talks, when he is, in my opinion, mostly using. And it's a false sense of reality. It's not going to age well, Daniel. Not going to age well. I'm sure he beats himself up once he comes down. Thank you, Miss Magdalena. Thank you so much, my dear, for gifting the pearl necklace. It's very kind of you, my dear. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you, Miss Magdalena. If you received one of those, make sure you give our girl Magdalena big old thank you. Thank you, my love. Good to see you, and really, really do appreciate you always being here for Jack and Lily and me and all of us as a community. Appreciate that. JJ, good to see you, my friend. This is for you, Justin, because you keep us informed. Thank you so much, JJ. I appreciate you again, my dear. Very kind of you. Very much appreciate you, and thank you for being a member here on the Pearl family. Really do appreciate that, my love. Baby Monkey, thank you so much, my love. Good to see you. Love you, Baby Monkey. Hopefully you're well, my friend. Really do appreciate that, Baby Monkey. Good to see you. I went through a similar experience with someone who had been stalking and harassing me. I'm very sorry. That's got to be very scary. Very scary. The burden of proof is much higher in Canada. We have privacy laws, so lots of what the evidence is, that is correct. Until it's all over. That is correct. And it's still may not even know, but I'm sure people it's, if they're in the courtroom, they will know more. Justin, when you have a minute later, please make sure I'm able to view members only videos. I received a pop-up during this live that I'm a subscriber. I'm a member on your channel. Thank you. What do you mean, baby? You should be able to view members only because you're a member. Yep. You should be able to. It should just be under the member. It's in the members only section. Robin says, why did that little MRFer think he had to use Jack and Lily's anniversary date to speak out again? I think he's high, selfish, manipulating, gaslighting.
And I do not want to get into it, but at some point it would have been about trying something new, getting high. But when you realize that maybe it helps, like, I don't know how it feels, but maybe
It made me
helps
feel
slow your
relaxed,
breakdown.
Charmaine. I could feel normal and I felt relaxed. It was a total opposite.
I don't think I don't believe him here. I don't think the Mathola made you feel relaxed, Daniel. I think it made you feel like everything was okay, but the way you act when you are under the influence, according to everyone else, you are not calm. You are not calm.
Opposite effect to most people. I was focused and I felt relaxed. And that was like the first time in my life where I felt normal and I felt relaxed, and it was a different view I had on the world. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't on the street doing crazy stuff. I still went to work every day.
You went to work every day? You went to work one day a week?
It's hard for a lot of people to understand that and really grasp that concept.
Yeah, I certainly don't. But I mean,
I need to thank Summer Breeze. Thank you so much, my friend, for your twin floating heart. And you sent 30 jewels of flowers. Thank you so much. Susan, thank you so much for your 2 sparkles. Jewels. Brianka, thank you so much for your 2 jewels. Appreciate you. And Leslie, keeping it real, thank you so much for your 2 jewels as well, my friend. Thank you both. Thank you all
I
so much.
understand and believe that you do. So let's keep going, because I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, I
can't
understand.
keep you forever. Did you or Malaya have more than one phone? Belinda believes Malaya's phone was broken. And also, was there
Listen
any
to this
point
right
during
here.
that first morning on May 2nd that Malaya used your phone? I know there was some talk about that.
Okay, we can touch on that. Malaya did not use my phone. And it will go into the smashed phone stuff as well. I'll go into that story because I know Belinda heard something about that I smashed her phone. That is completely false. Malaya thought I was cheating on her one day, and she's like, I'm going to go smash my phone. I said, no, you're not. You're not going to do that. You're going to regret it. So then she...
Do you think Daniel said, No, Malaya, you're not going to smash your phone. You're going to regret it while they were fighting. Okay.
Went out to the sidewalk, and I urged her not to do it.
Do they have any sidewalks there at their house? Is there any sidewalks?
Said, Malaya, you're going to regret smashing that. And this is what I'm talking about, where Malaya has very emotional, it's a roller coaster for her sometimes. And then that's not being mean or, you know, harsh on her. I mean, that's just the fact of life. Her emotions sometimes get the best of her. And sometimes we don't think. Every human isn't perfect. We all make mistakes. And in her case, she went up to the sidewalk. I urged her not to smash the phone, and she smashed the phone on the sidewalk. And the screen smashed like 1,000 pieces. And that's where all her pictures of Lily and Jack are, is on that phone, the majority of them. So she put it in a Ziploc bag, and it.
So she puts it in a Ziploc bag. Yeah, we are past the flock of drones. If someone could do me a favor and make me an AI video with Daniel looking like Superman while he's flying in the air with a flock of drones with red, white, and blue lights, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, Malaya's on a roller coaster, but these flock of drones over here. Please. Robin, thank you so much, my love. I mean, I appreciate you. Thank you, love. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate you. You will now receive a ton of them, Justin. I hope. I hope. I can just picture.
Remained in the end table in the bedroom until Malaya asked for it. And investigators came and got it. I gave them the phone.
Bullshit.
And so Malaya has that in her possession, Belinda, with all the photos of Lily and Jack. I don't have it. It was given to investigators.
Also, boy, he talks about something up here, and I got to get out some documents and some receipts. He speaks about Jack wearing something, and I called it out in the chat. Of course, it wasn't answered or anything, but had to be a little careful because one of the mods in there was very heavy-handed with timing people out. And I was like, you said Jack's coat was found. You found it. Yep. It was missing, then it was found, right? And now it's missing again.
Okay, thank you. How long do you honestly? So it's been a year, and I am sure if you're just like a normal person, you have gone back over that first day in your mind over and over again. Looking back, how long do you honestly think they could have been gone before you guys realized it?
Listen.
See, the thing is, we don't have an alarm in our bedroom, and I always left my phone on the end table, just like Malaya left her phone on the end.
Okay, listen to what he says right here. He says they don't have an alarm in their bedroom. First of all, where the hell do you put your alarms? If, like, you put the alarm on the side of the bed, mother chicken. Listen to this. I'm about to go nuts.
See, the thing is, we don't have an alarm in our bedroom, and I always left my phone on the end table, just like Malaya left her phone on the end table, right?
But Daniel, in the documents and y'all's text messages, Malaya says she sets her alarm via phone by her bed. And who doesn't sleep with the phone close to them? That's exactly right. The alarm woke her up. She sets it for 6:15 every morning. Remember?
We left them in each side of the bed, charging.
What is he talking about? Does he not? Are you talking about a literal alarm clock? But your phone is an alarm clock, Daniel. And that's what Malaya used for her alarm.
I'm in her bedroom, and I always left my phone on the end table, just like Malaya left her phone on the end table, right? We left them in each side of the bed, charging. And I don't know the exact time, but I'm guessing it would have been after the 828 call to
I agree. He doesn't, Brandy.
that Malaya made to her mother. And I never looked at my phone. Lily came into the room multiple times. I said,
Okay, this is getting good. All right. Malaya calls her mom at 8 something in the morning. Even though Malaya says in the documents she doesn't believe she called anybody before the 911 call. But she did an hour and a half before. Now he's going,
I never looked at my phone. Lily came into the room multiple times. I said,
you hear how he goes from, I never looked at, Lily came in. He goes from,
that Malaya made to her mother. And I never looked at my phone. Lily came into the room multiple times. I said, shh, like, Lily, got to go out. Meadow's trying to sleep. And because Malaya gets the kids up for school every day.
okay. Yeah, he's calling his nightstands end tables. I get that. But Malaya uses the phone every morning for her alarm. Right? But he says there's no alarm clocks to wake them up or anything. Now, right here, he's going to talk about, hold on.
I said, shh, like, Lily, got to go out. Meadow's trying to sleep. And
hold on.
I never looked at my phone. Lily came into the room multiple times. I said, shh, like, Lily, got to go out. Meadow's trying to sleep. And because Malaya gets the kids up for school every day.
Okay. You've got to remember that Malaya, which we found out in the documents probably 2 or 3 lives ago that I did on Jack and Lilly, we always thought Daniel was the first one to say that he saw Lily in the bedroom. Not true. Malaya's first statement was that Lily came in to the bedroom. It was her that seen Lily. Then it changed to Daniel. Daniel seen Lily. So very interesting. Now, Daniel says, he says, shh to Lily here.
I said, shh, like, Lily, got to go out. Meadow's trying to sleep. And because Malaya gets the kids up for school every day, like, right? Every day they go to school, Malaya gets them up. And I lay in bed with Meadow because that.
Every day he lays in bed with Meadow But she's normally in her crib, isn't she? In the bedroom. But every day he lays with Meadow in the bed while Malaya gets the kids ready for school. Yeah, but I thought you took care of them, Daniel. Yeah, they only listened to you, Daniel. You had to come home from work, didn't you, Daniel? So the kids would listen to you, right, Daniel? All right. So Lilly has already came in the bedroom, right? And he lays in bed with Meadow. Now, if Lilly had already came in the bedroom and you were laying there with Meadow and Malaya wasn't up, why didn't you reach over to Malaya and say, are the kids not going to school? Or you need to get up. It's time for the kids to go to school, if that's what you did every morning. Right? If one of you happened to sleep in and one of the kids come, busting in, you're going to look at the time. Or you're going to be like, oh shit, it's past time. We need to get up. You need to get the kids ready for school. That's what you do. None of this makes sense. None of it makes sense.
At that point, she was just a little over a year old, and I wanted Meadow to get as much sleep as possible, right? Because when the kids are getting up for school, they're loud and they wake up Meadow. So I would lay in bed every day. I didn't work with Meadow, and me and her would sleep while Malaya got the kids off for school. I didn't know the kids were being marked absent that day. And then that came to a shock for a lot of people because I don't really openly talk about it. And I don't know if investigators want me talking about it, but I didn't know they were being marked absent that day. And so when I thought Lilly, I never seen Jack that morning. I heard him out in the kitchen.
You can tell he's absolutely lying here, and he is thinking 100 miles an hour. You can think he is thinking 100 miles an hour because of the way of his pattern of conversation here. If it is something that legitimately happened, that you something legitimately lived through, you can step it off step by step. He will start saying something, he closes it, and then he'll say something, he'll blurt out something else. Over and over right here. Complete stuttering.
Absent that day. And so when I thought Lilly, I never seen Jack that morning. I heard him out in the kitchen. We can talk about that in a moment. But Lilly came in multiple times, and she would just, come in and open the door, and that woke me up 2 times when she did that. And see, I thought Malaya was, getting ready to get up with the kids because I thought it was a normal day for me because I lay in bed with Meadow sleeping.
Well, she has to wake up the kids every morning because it was always a fight of the morning because Jack and Lilly didn't go to bed until late. It was hard getting them to bed. They didn't go to bed till late. And of the morning, it was hard getting them out of the bed. So if Lily's done busted in the door twice, Daniel, you're not going to be like, why are they not at school? Why are they not at school? For those of us that has kids, I'm sure in 18 years, one of us has slept over, but slept over the alarm or whatever. And someone, your husband or your wife will wake you up. Why the hell did you not get the kids ready? Or what's going on? Or the kid wakes you up or whatever. You're going to naturally nudge Malaya or look at the clock. Didn't do any of that. How convenient. Only on the morning they go missing, though. Because it was ordinary day, y'all. He wants you to think that this is an ordinary day, except a bunch of unordinary things happened. Somebody can believe that, but I'm not going to. Yes. Ordinary day, but not regular habits.
So I don't know the exact time on that, but investigators may know because I'm not sure if it's collected how many, if you click your phone screen on and off, like, from sleep when the screen is black to clicking it on. Do you understand what I mean, Charmaine, by that?
I do, and I believe that
They may be able to.
Yes, Daniel. They can tell you when you've entered your password, when you have turned your phone on, what time the light went on your phone. It lights up, what time it goes back to dark. They can tell all of that. Sure can, Daniel.
Track it. Yeah.
They
may be able
can.
to
They
track the
absolutely can.
amount of times or track the actual time it clicks on. But they would have a better estimate than what I would. I know that it would be after Malaya made the call or before, like a little bit before, because I remember when the last time Lily came in, it was daylight outside, but I just seen it as Lily's up.
Hold on,
It
what
was
did you say
daylight,
right there?
like a little bit before, because I remember when the last time Lily came in, it was daylight outside, but I just seen it as Lily's up. Malaya must be getting up and getting her off to school because I didn't look at my phone. And so when we eventually did wake up,
Hold on. What time does Jack and Lily get on the bus? What time do they get on bus? Hmm? 7:25 okay. So it's 6:02 sunrise on May 2nd. Why did I say January? May 2nd, 2025 was sunrise. Daniel said it was already light outside. He said it was already light outside. So, but he didn't look at his clock. Crazy Buck. Thank you, baby. 13 months. What a legend. He was making way more sense before his 5-minute bathroom break. Just saying. Good point. Good point, Crazy Buck. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong on that one, girl. Yeah. Had to get a little bump.
it would have been, she made the call at 10:01. So I'm thinking like 9:57, maybe.
Hold on.
Maybe
What?
it would have been, she made the call at 10:01. So I'm thinking like 9. She did wake up. It would have been, she made the call at 10:01. So
Hold on, I gotta back up a little bit more.
or before, like a little bit before, because I remember when the last time Lily came in, it was daylight outside, but I just seen it as Lily's up. Malaya must be getting up and getting her off to school because I didn't look at my phone. And so when we eventually did wake up, it would have been, she made the call at 10:01. So I'm thinking like 9:57.
But this is the thing, Daniel. When we both woke up, but here's the thing. Malaya called her mom at 8 something in the morning. She didn't do that fucking asleep. She didn't do that asleep. But you guys vouch for one another that you both were in the bed. What is he makes no sense. Rob Beanie, 15 months. What a legend. You can hear him smacking his lip lizard tongue. He's getting thirsty. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Yes, he's got that lizard tongue. The mathematics dries you out, you know. The flock of drones must be distracting him during it. Yes.
And maybe around there by the time we got up, went to the kitchen. I looked into the
Hold on. I just realized something.
9:57 maybe.
So they get up at 9:57 and at 10:01 they're on the phone with 911. Hey Bushi, good to see you, love. So at 9:57 they're getting up. And at 10:01 they're calling 911. And after 10:01 he's going What about this, Daniel? What about this is so funny. Not funny, but it's just ridiculous how he is. Janie said she heard you screaming for the kids and she didn't pay any attention to it. And then she, just is laying there. And then she gets up a little bit later and she sees Malaya outside. So how can it be 4 minutes later that you guys get up, but Janie heard you screaming, allegedly screaming for the kids, didn't really pay any attention to it because she thought you were just yelling at the kids that they might be in the chicken coop or something. And then she just lays there, and then she gets up and she sees Malaya outside. Oh, he's so crazy. He's so crazy. Do you guys get what I mean? I want to make sure I understand what I mean. Was there gifts? Someone said? Okay. Who sent gifts? I don't see the gifts. Mods, can you tell me who sent the gifts? I don't see them now. Not yet, at least. Maybe I need to restart it, but okay. If you don't get it, I'll explain it to you, but I just want to make sure everyone gets it. He stumbled so bad. Yeah, because he's lying here. None of this happened. None of this happened. Yes, and yes, any and all lies are his truth and will change his mind later. Yes. Even in his interviews, he said the kids go to bed at 7 p.m. I call BS. Those kids didn't go to bed. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, was it Veronica? Thank you so much, Veronica. Thank you, babe. Appreciate you for those gifts. You sent I think 30 joules. Thank you so much, my love. Appreciate that. Very, very much. Thank y'all. He's done this the whole year. Yeah. And that's the thing. He's literally lying his ass off on Jack and Lilly on the year anniversary of their disappearance.
Maybe around there by the time we got up, went to the kitchen. I looked into the living room. I seen that the kids weren't there. I ran back to Lily and Jack's room, looked underneath their bed. They weren't there. So then we proceeded outside. We went over beyond the fence in front of Mom's RV. And that's when Malaya asked me, should we call 911 or should I call 911? Like that's a given. Right?
No, I think it was, should we call 911? Because I think it was I think Malaya and Daniel had the question of, should we call 911? I think they talked about that. Annie, thank you so much, my dear gift in the pearl necklace. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Miss Annie. If you received that, make sure you thank our dear Anne, rather. I apologize, Anne. Thank you so much, my friend, for gifting a pearl necklace. If you received that, make sure you thank our dear Anne. Yeah, so by 10 a.m., they would have been sleeping 15 hours. Well, they didn't go to bed, allegedly, until 10 or 11 that night. Ginger's mom, 30 joules. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you very, very much for gifting 30 joules. What a legend. Appreciate you. MBM called 911 too early for DM, in my opinion. Yep. Yep. And another story, he said, wait a minute, then rushed around. Yep. And another one. You guys know that thing. And another one.
I don't see the kids out in the yard. They weren't in the house. There's nothing else that, can be done. I think Malaya made it. I ran up to the cabins in the woods, which is, I don't know, 150 feet away maybe, or I don't know the exact amount of feet. And then, so I ran up there when Malaya was on the dispatch call at 10:01. And I came down the hill behind Mom's RV and I was screaming Lily and Jack, right? And that's what got Mom up out of bed, was she heard me yelling.
Oh, I missed that a long time ago. I'm sorry, what's up? I'm so sorry, baby. Too bad Jar didn't ask if that one? Is that the one you, no, I did answer that earlier. Is that the one you mean? After 911 call, it was feet do your duty. Yeah.
Because when I scream, I can scream extremely loud. So, and there was no reason not to scream as loud as you can. Like my throat literally hurt for, the first few days of the search.
Yeah, throat didn't hurt because of the mathematics. Yes, I noticed that too. There's nothing else that could be done. He knew what was done. Hence, as Daniel says, why he said that. Yep. It was done. It was done. Leslie, always keeping it real. Thank you for the 10 hearts, Mama Fito. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you very much. I just noticed that we turn gray when sending gifts. Really? Yeah. Who's telling the truth, Michelle?
Because I was just screaming so much. And so that's what triggered Mom to get up, was she heard me screaming at the top of my lungs for Lily and Jack. Malaya was still standing in the same spot.
Hold on, listen to that. Listen to that.
And so that's what triggered Mom to get up, was she heard me screaming at the top of my lungs for Lily and Jack.
No, can't be Daniel. Can't be Daniel. Not at 9:57.
Malaya was still standing in the same spot on the dispatch call, and so I ran by Malaya, ran at the house. I said, I'm gonna go jump in the car, and
Hold on, what?
the house, and so I ran by Malaya, ran at the house. I said, I'm gonna go jump in the car.
Hold on.
On the dispatch call, and so I ran by Malaya, ran at the house. I said, I'm gonna go jump in the car.
I ran by Malaya, then ran in the house. Is that what
And go get the keys. I got the keys, ran in the house, got the keys, tried to go out through the front door, and I seen that.
Michelle, you think Daniel's telling the truth? You're welcome to believe that, if that's what you think. But if you think Daniel's telling the truth, you have not looked at his statements or heard.
No. Originally, I tried to.
And you haven't heard what the RCMP say when the cadaver dogs were there. Daniel, we think you did something to the kids Thursday night. Yeah. PD, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you very much. Hi. I had motivation all week, and now I am relaxing. Thank you for your show. Wow. Thank you so much, PD. Appreciate you very, very much. You are very, very kind. It's the weekend. Thank God. Thank God. Now we can chillax.
Come in through the front door, and it was still had like the wrench or whatever that was jammed in the outside porch door.
Hold on.
And it seen that. No. Originally, I tried to come in through the front door, and it was still had like the wrench or whatever that was jammed in the outside porch.
You mean bolted? You mean bolted, Daniel? That you ripped off, by the way. Again, I wonder why Daniel what's the charge? I always forget this charge of what he's being charged for separately, not in Jack and Lilly's case. I want to make that clear. But it's like not harboring, but where they're saying he wouldn't let someone go. I can't remember the charge. I know some of y'all can in chat. Confinement, unlawful confinement. Thank you. I wonder if that front door has to do with any confinement. I wonder. Forcible confinement. Yes. Wonder if that has to do with anything about that front door. Just curious. I think it might. It could, possibly. But I don't think it's a wrench that holds it together. Green Eyes does a good job with the thumbs up, doesn't it? Yeah, thank you for noticing that, Joyous. Yeah. That's okay, Leslie. We'll play with them. PD, thank you. Any attorneys in this chat? I don't know. They probably
door, so I couldn't get in through the front. So then I ran all the way through the back, past the fence, went up into the house on the end table, grabbed the keys, and then I came out through the front door, got in the car, and then I proceeded to drive all the way up to Lansdowne Road.
He proceeds to go all the way up Lansdowne Road. Okay.
And so I entered Lansdowne Road at like 10:05 or 10:06.
10:05 or 10:06. That's pretty specific. Oh, Michelle has to be smoking crystal with Daniel then, maybe.
Right.
I mean, you got to be smoking crystal to think Daniel's not lying.
I already went over all this with investigators, so they know the whole timeline on my venture here. And so I entered Lansdowne Road at 10:05 or 10:06, and then I proceeded to drive up Lansdowne Road all the way out to the tracks. I drove like 10 or 15 kilometers an hour, just swaying my head back and forth. And one thing I didn't notice, Jermaine, the blanket wasn't in the tree at that time. So it was planted after.
He's sure of that, right? He's swaying, looking in that little bit of time. He's driving Lansdowne, and he goes down, Lansdowne, past the tracks, down, all the way down, and he notices that there is not a blanket in the tree on the side. This is not going to age well, Daniel.
Approximately 10:08, maybe 10:09, when I would have drove past where the blanket is at the bottom of that dirt road.
You better hurry up, Daniel, because you've got to come back. You got to go all the way past your house. You got to go through all these culverts, and you've got to be wading up to your waist. You've got to go meet your mom and say, and your mom's got to say, did you find him? And Daniel's got to say, are you coming with me? And Janie's got to say, no, I'm going to look for him around here. So we're already at like 10:06. You better hurry up, boy.
So at 10:09 or 10:08, the blanket wasn't in the tree.
09.
I drove all the way out to the railroad tracks. And people can look at this on the map on Lansdowne Road. And then I circled around, did a U-turn, came all the way back to Gairloch Road, proceeded down Gairloch Road, went up Lansdowne Station Road, past good old Bradley Wong's, and went all the way out to the McLeod Road, came all the way back down Gairloch Road. But on the way, I stopped at every bridge and culvert and jumped out and looked inside because I thought the kids might be playing in the water.
Okay, I know Daphne's probably in bed right now, but tomorrow I need to talk to Daphne. We need to look at every culvert where he says between McLeod Road and this road and that road. And let's see how many culverts there are there.
Water, because kids always take the path of least resistance. So they're always going to stay on a road.
All right. He's listening to me right here, because I always talk about children and humans in general take the path of least resistance, especially kids. And he's parroting me here.
Kids always take the path of least resistance. So they're always going to stay on a road or a path. They're not going to just travel straight through the woods where it's hard, right? Because
that's right, Daniel. We have talked about this at length here. A kid is not going to, for instance, climb a mountain to just climb a mountain. They're going to do what's most easy for them. They're going to do what's most easy for them. So kids will generally, if they'll take the lowest elevation around a creek, like Daniel just said, a path, that kind of thing. They're not going to, climb Mount Everest because it's fun or anything. Kids get tired very easily and they get spent out. So they're going to just take the very path of least resistance. So I'm glad you learned something, Daniel.
Structure and anatomy of their limbs, they're required to take the path of least resistance, meaning that they have to walk where there's a trail because they can't overcome branches and logs and stuff like that. They have to do what an animal does. They save the most energy they can, and it's natural to do that, to stay on a path.
Okay.
So I thought they would just go on the roads. That's why I did that. Came down Garelock.
So that's why. But Daniel, you thought they hadn't been missing more than 20 minutes, right? Which means they couldn't have been missing more than 10 minutes because they had to get their boots on. They had to go outside and play. Janie had to hear them. They were laughing. They were giggling outside, all of that. So why would you have gotten in your car and drove miles down the road when Janie had just heard them 10 minutes prior? And when you guys had heard them approximately 20 minutes prior. Thank you, JJ. Thank you for your thank you, JJ. Appreciate you. He thinks he knows everything. Well, he can pull the wool over some people's eyes.
Road. Sorry for that
Very
little bit of
few,
an
but
explanation, but I want to get that out of the way there. Came down Garelock Road, arrived at the house, and the RCMP were at the very end of the driveway. They were in the driveway, so I couldn't park there. I didn't want to block them in. I didn't want to block law enforcement in. So I drove to the other side of the marsh. People looking at the map.
Yeah. Yeah, he pulls at the other side of the marsh. And they already know his name. He says they already have their eyes on him, and they say, Daniel, don't go in the woods, as if they already knew he was in the woods or something, which, again, how the freak did that happen? How did that happen? Right? I'm going to show you something here in just 1 second.
On the other side of the marsh, there's a little driveway thing. So I parked there and I got out of the car. I was going to proceed to keep searching into the woods around the area. But law enforcement yelled to me and they said, Daniel, don't go back into the woods just yet. So I walked over to the house, and this would have been, it took law enforcement 21 minutes to arrive on scene. And so I'm guessing by the time I got there would have been 10:22 maybe. So they were just walking down and starting to gather around Malaya. So I came over to the house, and I didn't want to, overstep.
From where he parked, I'm looking here at it on Google Earth. From where he says he parked is 309 feet to the house. It is 94, almost 95 meters to the house. And they say 95 meters away, or 309 feet away. Daniel, don't go searching. Don't go back in the woods. How did they know you? How did they know you were in the woods? You said that they were just running up to Malaya at that time. And again, in multiple of his interviews in the beginning, he says the police weren't there when he showed up. And then other interviews, he says police was there when he showed up.
At my bounds because Malaya was telling them what was going on and stuff. So I didn't want to interject with that. So I came down, I was talking to Mom, and they told me not to go back into the woods.
You didn't want to interject. You wanted to avoid them like the plague, Daniel. And you did the entire time they was searching for Jack and Lilly. You tried to avoid the RCMP for days.
And So I was down there for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and then a guy dressed in military gear. He could have been military gear or the uniform of a dog handler, because they both use very similar dark military green. It said Oliver on his back. And that guy told me, he said, "Daniel, you're free to go back into the woods." So I jumped the back fence and I continued to search behind the house. I don't know if many people know that story, but it's fully out there and open now.
You know, Daniel has to add his Superman element to it, right? He jumped the back fence. It's not like he could have just walked through the non-existent fence that was not up yet and just walk through that, but he had to jump the fence because he's a Power Ranger.
Now, not a lot of people, believe me when I said, like, I searched the roads and everything beforehand. They thought I was gone for hours, and I took the kids away. That's completely false.
Hold on, what?
Me when I said, like, I searched. Not a lot of people, believe me when I said, like, I searched the roads and everything beforehand. They thought I was gone for hours.
No, Daniel. No, baby. You said you searched for hours. You said you searched for hours. I just wonder, does he not remember? Or does he just want us to forget some of the things that he said? He said he searched for hours. That's his words.
And I took the kids away. That's completely false. I was only gone for 17 minutes or something, or
and you
of
did
that
all
nature.
that in 17
Just
minutes.
enough to do
That's
those dirt
amazing.
roads and then make my way back.
Yeah, people were, we heard at the beginning that you were gone all day searching, and people surmised that you were hiding from law enforcement.
No.
And then when you got back from searching all of the culverts and all that, you weren't soaking wet, because we were all there to see what your condition was when you got back. But I mean, it's out there. People are speculating on it. So thank you for going over that again.
I arrived home from that initial search in the car at 10:22 or something like that, or 10:23. The RCMP was just still walking down to Malaya, so I wasn't gone for that long, and that was just enough time to search all the.
Okay, I just pulled the documents here. Page 16, section 21C3. He got in the car and drove around, then ran into the woods looking for them. He searched for hours. He said he did not look at the time and didn't even take his phone. That is coming directly from you, Daniel, from your interview. Again, I will repeat. Page 16, section 21C3. He, meaning Daniel, got into the car, meaning Malaya's car, drove around, and then ran into the woods looking for them, meaning Jack and Lilly. He searched for hours. He said he did not look at the time and didn't even take his phone. Okay.
Yeah, people were, we heard at the beginning.
That's very similar dark military gear. I told me, he said, "Daniel, your house." I don't know if many people know that story, but it's fully out there and outdoors. And I took the kids away. That's completely false. When I said, like, I searched the roads and everything beforehand, they thought I was gone for hours. And I took the kids away. That's completely false.
Bad, Daniel. Bad,
I
Daniel.
was only gone for, what, 17 minutes or something or of that nature. Just enough to do those dirt roads and then make my way back.
Yeah. Remember, he says this starts in this interview. He says it starts at 9:57, and by 10:02, right, he's already in the car. He's already searched the inside of the house. He's already searched the outside of the house. He's already ran up the hill, ran down the hill, ran to the front of the house. Didn't get to go through the front door. Runs back around the house, runs in the house, gets the keys because there's 2 sets of keys, right? And then says he leaves his phone, takes the keys, goes down, Lansdowne. All of this stuff goes through uh, whatever those, I can't think of the name right now, culverts, and all of this. It's beyond ridiculous. Beyond ridiculous that he thinks anyone with a brain can believe him.
Yeah, people were, we heard at the beginning that you were gone all day searching, and people surmised.
Well, it's no, it's, and I want to, Charmaine, he said he was gone 4 hours. It's not really a surmise. This is his testimony that he gave to the RCMP.
That you were hiding from law enforcement.
No.
And then when you got back.
And you were avoiding him like the plague. You were, Daniel. Steve, thank you so much for 20 gifts. Really do appreciate you, my darling. 1 second. Magdalena, thank you for sending 450 joules. Thank you so much. Undefeated, thank you for sending 30 clutches. Thank you so much, my dear. Ginger's mom sent 30 joules. Thank you so much, my love. And Leslie, always keeping it real, sent 10 joules. Robin, thank you so much for sending 2 joules, 2 stars. Appreciate you very much. Daniel is Hawaii 50 LMAO. I've been to Hawaii where they filmed Hawaii 50 and Jurassic Park. That was very interesting. I went 4-wheeler riding in a big ass field. That was amazing. Thank you, Brianna, for sending 100 joules. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, love. And Magdalena, thank you for sending 6 Billy joules. First time I've seen that one. Spam get used to can meat. Baby kisses. That's funny. That's funny. Let me see here. Magdalena, thank you for sending 10 joules, gold coins. Thank you so much. You guys are so kind. Thank you so much, my dear. You guys are amazing. Pinky, thank you. Jack and Lilly, we will never give up. Thank you so much. Pinky, appreciate you very much, my friend. Very kind to see you. Thank you for your support. Yeah. I'm going to play just a few more minutes of this because we're not even halfway through it. And Daphne, thank you you're still up. I can't believe that. I was thinking, Justin's pic sent via email. Okay. He talks about where he went in this, and he said he stopped along the way to look in the culverts. We need to see how many culverts there are between these areas. I just want to see what he says. You know what I mean? Or how many there is. Karen, how you doing, girl? Thank you for sending 30 jewels, 30 clutches. Appreciate you, dear. Very kind of you. Let me play this while I look for that email.
Back from searching all of the culverts and all that. You weren't soaking wet because we were all there to see what your condition was when you got back. But I mean, it's out there. People are speculating on it. So thank you for going over that again.
I arrived home at the from
Guys,
that.
just 1 second. We have a little bit of breaking news here. Bear with me. Okay. Just bear with me.
I'm a math man, yeah, I count cans. I live in a trailer with rusted pans. Mom's dog's bald, it's got no flair. Lost all its hair and it don't care. Paint blankets, lies I told again. Footprints vanish like phantom friends. I'm Superman Daniel, faster than wind. Stronger than a chopper when the rotors spin. I rake mud driveways while Mom shakes her fist. Super Daniel, yeah, I can't be. Not allowed on Mama's ATV. She says I drive it recklessly. X wrote her name on my mirror in red. Now I'm searching culverts like I lost my head. Dirt roads, rivers, waist high deep. Virginia slims, I puff and leap. I'm Superman Daniel, arrogant and bold. Strutting pipelines in the cold. Work one day a week at the sawmill grind. Super Daniel, yeah, I own my time.
All right, play the air guitar, everyone.
Waist high deep, Virginia slims, I puff and leap. I'm Superman Daniel, arrogant and bold. Strutting pipelines in the cold. Work one day a week at the sawmill grind. Super Daniel, yeah, all my time.
This is the breaking news here. This is the breaking news. Okay. This is and actual pictures of Daniel in his super math self, the red, white, and blue drones that we just breaking news, just got it in. Okay. So this is was earlier today when Daniel was speaking about this. Yeah, come in every night. So, oh, Tammy, that's so cute. Thank you, the other Sharon, for 10 jewels. Appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much. Thank you for sending that. That's very funny. Thank you, Deb, for sending me that. I appreciate you very much. Guys, I have been here 4 hours and 34 minutes. We didn't even get through half of it. I didn't even get to compare the documents. We got a lot to talk about. Got to play that song when outside doing yard work, Justin. It's a really good tune. You know, they do a really good job. Show you the picture I sent. What you sent? Did you text it or did you email it? Let me see here. Okay, let me see here. Something's playing in the background. I don't know what it is. Let me see. Let me see what Daphne sent me. When was this? Oh my God. When was this? Daff. Hold on. When was this? When was this? Thank you, Summer Breeze. When was it? Okay. Guys, we have some more breaking news, actually. From our neck to collect.
This nicotine patch for an hour, and I'd still sell you in for a smoke. Come on back to my place. I want you to look at a urine sample. I think it looks cloudy. It's been so long since someone touched me.
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker.
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 T-U-K-K.
Tucker. If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
We have breaking news, guys. This is an actual drone footage. But it's not during the nighttime, and it is not the red, white, and blue drones. This is actual drone footage of Janie out here with a saw. Janie, inquiring minds would like to know, what are you doing with the saw? And why do you got your hands on your head? Yeah, she looked like she was kind of thinking up there, didn't she? And is that a rope? Is that a rope, Janie? My dog's name is Tucker. Tucker. Tukkah. Tucker. And if you don't know how to spell his name, there you go. Okay? You stinking filthy animals. You guys stress my dogs out more than you know. You guys stress me out more than my last pap smear. Okay? Last time I had a pap smear, the doctor needed rubber gloves and an oyster shucker. And that little oyster shucker on YouTube talks about me. Whatever his name is. The little boy that wears too much makeup. Whatever his name is. You know, little homosexual kid. That guy right there. Yeah. Him. He's got these drone footages over me. Lord have mercy. What's wrong? What's wrong with the world today? Goodness gracious. You can't have any pride. Like, if they want to see a 60-year-old dry as the desert woman, go for it. Okay? Just go for it. That's what I'm wondering. Where the fuck's Fluffy? Where is Fluffy right now? Where is he? And why? Oh shit, I just noticed this. Why is there a bucket and a bag? Janie, where's Fluffy? Her hair looks yellow. It's not brassy. There's no smoke in it. Don't judge, Dory. Come on now. Don't judge me. Okay? Bottom of the bucket. Listen, I have been at the bottom of the bucket since 1967, Linda. Okay? I've been at the bottom of the bucket. Stop judging. Justin, it's not a rope. It's a line. If you don't know, maybe maybe you know when it spells. Yes, that's what it is. What the fuck happened to the grass? It ran away. And let me tell you something. You think a seed would grow on that land? It's like the Pride Land from Mufasa, from the first Lion King, after Mufasa became the king. It was all gray. Nothing would grow. This is the pride land right here. When Daniel moved in, no grass grew. No grass grew. It was over. It was over. So I said, Daniel, at least you're going to paint the place up. You're going to paint these damn buildings, Daniel. That's all I can tell you. Well, listen, I happened to get a new one from Timu. Okay. Don't judge me, Susan. Where's the chickens? I don't know, but Daniel was talking about a nourishing breakfast today. My son was talking about a nourishing breakfast today. About we had eggs because the chickens laid eggs. And I wrote in the chat room, I said, since when did roosters lay eggs? I couldn't help it. I actually said that. I said, when does roosters lay eggs? You got a rooster out there. My rooster never laid an egg. I'll tell you that. I've got 6 chickens. And I'll tell you what, the rooster never laid an egg. And if the rooster lays an egg, he's not a rooster. I'm just going to tell you that. I mean, I'm all about not judging, but if the rooster lays an egg, you need to call the Guinness Book of World Records because you need to go get him a pap smear is what you need to do, Janie. If that rooster lays an eggs, get him a pap smear. He's going to need more than a clam shucker, okay? He's going to need more than a clam shucker. I can promise you that. He's going to need a lot more than a clam shucker. If you want to watch a 65-year-old woman remember what she said, listen, I am 64, Daphne. I am 64. I said 65 just to, make me look good. I'm 65. And, I've got questions about this picture here. I really do. I wonder why Tin is looking at me like this. There's a lot going on in this picture. I can't even explain where it starts. We got a saw, we got rope, we got a bucket, we got trash bags, and more importantly, we got my beautiful blonde hair and my Timu shirt that I had just got a pap smear in, actually. And everything went good, actually. Yeah. Janie made the rooster run. Well, there's no grass. There's no grass. No Fluffy. That's what I'm wondering. Is Fluffy in the bucket? Did Fluffy kick the bucket, literally? Did he kick the bucket right there? Got a question. If you search Jack and Lilly in his video today. Oh, did he drop a video today? Okay, let me look at this real quick. Let's see here. Judgment. You guys are judging. Poor me. Let's see here. Tint. And I love Tint. He's such a good guy. It's not coming up. Tint. It's Tint, right? Why is it not coming up? Everything's coming up but Tint. Let me see here. Where is it? Everything's coming up but you guys got. Hey, can you send me that link, Daff, to my 307 number? If you would be so kind. 1 second here. Let me see. I'm looking. Yeah, Tim. Oh, you already sent it. What did he? What did he send? What did he do today? I knew he was gone for a little while. And then he came. I think he was out of the country for a while. And then he came back for a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's got a long video. Good for him. Y'all, guys, drop Tent's channel, please. Sub up to Tent. He works really hard on Jack and Lily's case. Watch this. Why does it sound like something else is playing? I think my speakers are wrong or something. Like I can hear something else. I feel like Daniel. God. I feel like it's crazy. Watch him there. You think the kids got out there? Come on. Where is this at? Listen, look at that car there. Look at that car. That's like a boat. I'm just saying, look at all this. All right, let's find. Where's Janie? Where's Janie? Here we go, guys. Riding down the road, trying to lose some money. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What the hell are they doing? When was this, I wonder? Look at all the cars out there. That's all the ones Daniel's wrecked. Black Escalade is toward the F up. Oh, you should see his ex-girlfriend. He's like, that thing was the most, like, he's like, was bad. He's like, it didn't even have a rear view mirror. Didn't even have a rear view mirror. He's like, that thing was tore up from the floor up. He just wanted it because it was an Escalade. Like, give me a Toyota any day that'll run forever, then give me an Escalade that's beat the hell up. Don't even got a rear view mirror. Any day. It's so beautiful there. So beautiful. Let me see. Do you have the timestamp of when this was? I don't even know where it's at. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see here. Let's see. Oh, no. I mean, listen, I have a Denali and I just filled mine up a couple days ago. It was $84 to fill it up. Here we go. Do I hear chickens? Do y'all hear chickens? Feel like Daniel. Yep, there's chickens. That's either chickens or Janie clucking. Do y'all hear that? You got to have headphones on, probably. You can hear. You can hear the clucking.
RCMP, open up.
I'm not joking. Do you hear the clucking? Mother cluckers. Okay, now I don't hear it. Oh, hold on. No, I don't hear it. I heard it a second ago. You could hear it a minute ago on one of the timestamps. It's funny. These are the flock of drones. The flock of drones laying an egg. Roosters don't lay eggs. Sorry. They don't lay eggs. Pinky, thank you so much, honey. I'm sorry I missed that a second ago. Appreciate you, my love. Jack and Lilly, we will never give up. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Good to see you, my friend. Appreciate you, Pinky. Thank you for your support. And thank you for being here for Jack and Lilly, staying on this. I appreciate it. Is the play equipment gone? Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, look at that's vast. That is vast, right? What's that? Oh, that's Tim's car.
Basically picking up the shattered remains, more get eventually find him.
Okay, here we go. There she is. There's a hand. There's a hand on the head. Oh God, what are we gonna see? I'm kind of scared.
Kind of feel bad for her actually. Have been 1 year, get a lot of bad raps.
Oh, she's putting some railings out there. And let me tell you something. I make a lot of fun and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, Daniel, Justin, get out there and help your mother. Get out there and help your mother. She's an elderly woman, or close to elderly. She's still your mother. You need to be helping her. She doesn't need to be doing that shit by herself.
A lot of people say a lot of terrible things that happen. But we don't really have any evidence actually pointing fingers to her.
Where's the pool?
Fathers.
I know.
Like I say, it was a bit strange. Maria and her mother didn't see anything today. Any family member, individual, author.
I love Tint. Good guy. Guys, make sure you drop his channel. I've been here almost 5 hours. This is the longest live I've done in a long time. But we got more to go over tomorrow. And also, we will be hopefully doing 2 lives tomorrow. We've got one on Nancy Guthrie coming up. I've been digging on that. Very interesting stuff. This was today. Interesting. Okay. Did I miss a coin? Did I miss something? No, Sharon, it's okay. The coins I don't see, but mods tell me. Did I miss one? I don't want to not thank someone if I. Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you so much for the 10 thumbs up and the 2 stars and the 4 sparkles. I appreciate you. And the other Sharon, thank you for sending high five, 100 rules. Thank you so much, my dear. And thank you for sending the 10 hearts. I appreciate you very, very much, y'all. Very kind of you. Love you guys too. Thank you guys. If I missed any more, I really do apologize. I'm making sure. You guys are amazing. I love you all. It's 12:30. My God. Get some rest, everyone. It's now been technically a year and a day since Jack and Lilly have been missing. But listen, if it's another year, if it's another day, but RCMP is making progress. And that's right. Canada goes by the liters in gas. I forget about that. When you go to Canada and the UK, they go by the liters. It's always, when I always pump gas in Canada, I'm always like, it's weird for me because I'm pumping liters instead of gallons. So yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I do love you, and we love Jack and Lilly. I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out late with me. Yes, I heard it's $3 a liter almost. Here, gas is 3 something a gallon, I think, or 4 something a gallon. Let me see here. Um, $4.40 a gallon is the cheapest. Let's see here. A month ago, it was $3.90 a gallon for regular. A year ago, it was $3.10. And the average today where I'm at is $4.40 a gallon. I remember after 9/11, when it went to $1.89, I remember like shaking the nozzle. It was broke as a joke, but it was like $1.89 then, and I was like, we are literally 280. We were literally 288 2 months ago. Yeah, it's crazy. $1.89 a liter. So we go, gallons are bigger than liters. Hold on. Is it, hold on. Is it 4 liters is a gallon? How many liters is a gallon? 3.75 liters. So pretty much, you know, we'll just say 4 liters is a gallon. So that would be, so it's more there. Yeah, but it just depends on your, here in the United States, it depends on like our state tax as well. Yeah, it was. I remember that. I remember 2000, like 2006, 2007, it got really expensive. Gas did, because I was driving to New York and I was like, I remember that. It was bad. So switched. We have Kroger's here, so I get Kroger points, and sometimes I will save $1 a gallon. Like once a month, I'll get like $1 a gallon off. I fill it full when it's like that, because that's like, when you're filling a Denali up, you save a lot. Virginia's supposed to be the cheapest for gas. Really? It's usually like the Gulf states, isn't it? Yeah, same Justin 7-Eleven does it. Really? Yeah, I remember gas being like $1.19, $1.20, something like that. We pay $2.79 per liter right now. It was $3 a liter 2 weeks ago. It's crazy. I know they said if like this Iran thing doesn't get straightened out, that the UK, and this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, they only had enough jet fuel for like the next month and a half or 2 months, like in reserves. Oh my God, West Coast is nuts. California, insanity for gas. I think so too, LD. I think so too. We have our own gas, like the reserves. See, we don't have reserves here or anything like that. Like, we don't have like Native American reserves or anything here. So, all right, guys. Good night, everyone. I just made it 5 hours and 1 minute and 22 seconds. Crazy. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. Love you guys. Appreciate you. You guys are amazing. Special thanks to mods members. Chat. Justice for Jack and Lilly. Daniel, Malaya. Tell the truth. They're out there. We know it. You know it. We all know it. Love you guys. Good night, everyone. God bless.